right. So if you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For Group 5, Session 27. As I get into it here. So recap.
Meow,
Oh, air horns. No, anybody?
meow, 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 meow. Dragon Slayers, meow.
Oh, wow. Super excited.
Dragon Slayers Reborn.
Wow. Oh, I hope so. No. Unfortunately, it won't happen. So, recap, right? There was a lot of lore, a lot of things that happened, and I'll try to summarize as best as possible. You have a lore posting, which I wrote up during my lunch break. But I was able to get over to you because there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things in there. I wanted to hit all the notes, all that stuff. So it's very important. So summarize. So I started off with the lore posting a couple of sessions back. So I'll just do for the last session here. Felgum, right? This place, the Isle of the Blessed. The labyrinth's intact, right? It had all the research volumes. It had all the intricate things that were in there. You all took very much to that. We had essentially a vial, like a potion of some kind, with this whitish kind of bright liquid that we pocketed. We had some of the water skins filled with the old one, kind of corrupted water there. We got Tinker's tools, right? We had kind of these early version of goggles that were kind of forming. So, things to play with. Eighth is definitely going to take there. We had Porig, which was just spilling the beans, a whole lot of shit. Porig basically saying, I'm a fucker that's lived for a very long time. My daughter's trying to walk into the room right now. It's really and turns out that Porig has kind of like a split personality. Like they have two different things that they're working with. And that has to do with the pipe and maybe a gift, which you all have partaked in from the old one. And that led to having some disjoint. But Porig, on the good time, was really explaining that they had witnessed the spell casting, the ritual that Damodar had done to the dragons. And it happened at Felgim, the tower, and had something to do with the stones and the Well of the Nine Realms, right? The water. So that connection there plays in that something happened here and Damodar needed it to do whatever it was to the dragons and the control, right? It's all about control, it seems. So Porig kind of went through a little bit of what they had witnessed, right? Naming the dragons and naming the ancestors of the dragons, also kind of a little hinting at the stonework in the hand, right? The gemstones. And then proceeded to say that they couldn't actually use, right, the teleport. They had no way of going back to Jinrala. They started talking about Jinrala, the sister tower that they had constructed to try to get the stuff, all the research and all the things out of Felgim to another tower. But they had to have a teleportation circle to do that, basically relating to the time that is around the isle and how all the space around here is completely different than the mainland. So you can't just teleport back and forth here. You have to have something that's grounded and adjusted to the time. So something to do with the ritual and the magic that really hindered Porig from being able to freely traverse, which didn't really matter much because their task after accepting was to find a cure for the water, for the corruption. So that's what they kind of been put to. The old one had stated that your job is to stop Damodar, right? That was kind of putting the two different distinct paths. So as we left this place, right, and after we got some of the timeline work and the lore posting there, we'll go over that. When we left the tower, we were brought into some decent weather conditions, like the storm had passed, so to speak. The birds were aflock, the different kind of species that are around this isle, which is very strange and foreign of plant and animal life. You all were looking for Tresgal. Where is big blue daddy Tresgal to fly us off the isle? Not there. And it hadn't even been that much time. It's basically less than around 24 hours at that point. So where has Tresgal gone? Right. So unfortunately, Will isn't with us, which, Will is essentially the partner of Tresgal. So we're going to go ahead and kind of side that a little bit. unless you all kind of want to do some more investigations. Because what you did at the end of the session was really trying to go towards a whistle, right? One of the things that Porik had stated was that there are ships that there's not all these ships that land here. It's pirate ships that land here. So there is a western dock. It's on the opposite side where the bay faces. And that is kind of where you're headed right now, is in the direction of where you hear the whistle and hear the noise, which is easily heard. There's nothing here. There's no people at all on the island. So all the sound is just cresting over the landscape. It happens to be also the isle isn't very large either. So that is where we're headed. And upon the start of the session here, I'm going to go ahead and unpause it. You're beginning to head through these little tiny streams, tributaries that feed over some of the foothills, and going through the low shrub, the flowering vegetation, and some of the birds and some of the things. You're really just kind of partaking over the past kind of hour or so here of just hiking and getting through the landscape. It's beautiful. You then get into tall grass, right? You get into this really large, tall kind of beach grass forming over in these mountainous kind of dunes. And you begin to work through there. And that's when you begin to see the actual tops of the mainsails. You get to see the different things of the ship kind of moving over the landscape. And you now kind of hustle yourself into the tall grass and can see movement of figures and shadows and other things, which we'll go and activate on that particular map.
We had just long rested the night before, right? And then we just learned some Gnomish.
That is so
Yes.
not necessarily learn Gnomish. You're on the
Well, yeah.
Gnomish
process.
for idiots.
Right.
Yeah, so some of you are able to speak it. So some of you were successful in that I can start using phrasing, I can start speaking it. But part of my style is really trying to just taking away some of the grind of that and saying like, okay, now you're going to work on Gnomish as we travel, right? So I'm not going to put you to the task of being like, I need to do more studies on Gnomish. I'm just
Sure.
assuming that that's what you're doing.
Yeah,
So
I was just
Mhm.
I was missing a spell slot, so I don't remember because we had just rested, so I didn't cast anything. I was just double checking. I was gonna put it back, but I wanted to make sure we hadn't not rested, and I forgot.
I don't see anything in here besides a Bane. But I believe
That
that
would've-
I was the one who threw it out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't put it back on your sheet. I was after the end of the session, I was actually play testing with certain things, making sure like effects and certain whatnot were put on. So yeah, if you want to make sure each of you can kind of go through a long rest, right, and make sure that you're putting your spell slots, everything back. I think that everyone should be okay with their stuff.
Yeah, that was the
But,
only thing I noticed. I just wanted to
yeah.
check. Cool.
No, yeah, you're good.
Thanks.
Yeah, everyone should be topped off, ready to rock. No questions. All right, I'm gonna get some sound effects here. Okay, so you're at a decent distance inside of the dunes and grass. We can have you even coming off the map too, and just have your tokens placed so you have vision here. You're definitely easily hundreds of feet off. Remember the dunes, they definitely roll downwards and downwards to the coastline. What you can stare at is a beautiful brigantine-like ship. The ship itself is greater than 100 feet or so. I mean, it's a massive boat. It seems that it's 2 decks maybe. The cannons are on the top deck, fit into some portholes. They have multiple different sails. They are wielding a black backdrop with a golden hand. So essentially a hand that's actually turned facing outwards, and the thumb is kind of indentated a little bit to showcase that. There have 2 stern flags, right? So it's two flags on the stern, and then that's carried onto the mainsail with a few more flags on top of the crow's nest and such. They're moving things about using this singular, just horrible looking dock with these wooden pylons, and they're taking a crane that actually sits and with hoists and things they're taking it and unloading from the central storage hatch different products like crates and barrels and other things. And they're actually taking it off of the central hatch, and then they're moving it to the dock, and then people are taking that and they're beginning to lumber it. The people I would best describe as hooded figures with yellowish hoods and black kind of leatherish armor. It's difficult to see at this range, but they do appear to be wielding weapons of a variety, and they're of a variety and diversity of race, different heights and things. They're marked in the fact that the hoods themselves are very loose, and they're kind of blown out a little bit, and so you get to see some of the hair and other things flowing out. In addition, they have different clothing underneath the armor, so it's not all the same. You notice there's other figures upon the boat, but again, this distance, you're really unable to get a full determination of who or what they are. There's people in the crow's nest looking around, and it's just seemingly normal. There's not any sort of chaos happening here. There's not a huge battle erupting. They're really just unloading the ship, and they seem to be running it into the sand dunes out of your line of sight. And you can only assume that they're either stashing it, right, for a later point, which is what the Isle most likely is used for. I think at this point, I will state something that is important, is that cannons don't actually exist in the mainstream world, okay? So if you had a war class ship for like the Tal Thars, you would namely have like ballistas, you would have grappling hooks and other mechanisms to shoot harpoons out, right, and kind of lasso ships together, and you have battering rams, like a large piece of metal at the bow of the ship for the bowsprit to kind of ram into boats and then board them, right? So this, for them having cannons, is extremely strange to everybody here except for one person really in particular, and that is Ares. And Dustin, I don't know if you remember, but you could take a look at your backstory through some of the stuff of that, but you know a little bit about what these cannons are.
You have just answered the question I was going to ask when you were done with your description.
You're welcome.
I was, as soon as you started describing this, I was going to ask you if I recognized the uniforms or seemingly uniforms they had on, and if I recognized any of the ships or any of the insignias or makes of ship, if that makes sense.
Okay, go ahead.
It sounds like you just answered that.
Yeah, so you can get the I would probably say you don't fully get some of the sail work per se of this particular ship, but you as a sailor do know these individuals as the Golden Hand.
Okay.
So you know what the Golden Hand is. I don't need you to roll a check for that. They are a pirate organization that spans across Antares. They're very reputable, notable individuals, in that they will pirate your ship. They do deal in smuggled things.
So give me 1 second. I'm reading the backstory here to make sure I'm... Okay. All right. I'm not going to tell anybody right now.
Okay.
It occurs to me that for pirates to be offloading something on a remote island that is not particularly habitable, this could very well be a stash. Regardless of our intentions, us knowing where it is might not be good for us.
So we just play idiots and walk over and be like, hey, we got stranded here, and, you know, we don't have to lie because we did technically get shipwrecked. We just don't tell them when or where.
What do you mean play idiots?
These types of people, based on my experience at sea, have a sort of money talks philosophy. For the right price, they'll probably take us where we want to go. But that price may be more than what we're willing to pay.
Well, we do have lots of money, don't we? I wouldn't tell them that, but...
I would not tell them that we have any more than what is absolutely necessary to get us on board.
We can try offering them 1,000 gold per person to carry us across.
Oh my god.
I mean,
See,
that
the-
sounds 1,000 sounds like a magical number. Okay, I don't know what
But
it is.
his-
1,000.
The thing is, if you offer that out the gate, it makes it sound like you have much more than that in your pockets, and they would very much like to take what is in your pockets.
So we offer 500 and cap out at 1,000.
So let them offer first, and then counter.
I don't know if you have met our luck, but our luck is going to be that if we try to let them offer first, their offer is going to be to shoot us.
Well, then you should have a very aggressive counter. I mean, the other option is we just disguise ourselves as pirates and try and sneak our way aboard the ship. I feel like it would be difficult to maintain that ruse for any length of time, though.
I start tying an eye patch on my head.
We all know that Tardan
Stop.
can't keep his
I-
mouth shut long enough.
I do have a disguise kit, so we can actually make this work. I do.
Eye patch me.
In
I
all
also-
my time in the sea, I have never seen a 6-foot rabbit on a boat. It's not going to work.
I mean, they have
Mm.
hoods. We cover up his ears. He just needs to stay to the back.
Yes, and the first time he pulls out the carrot that he has right now and eats it, that's not going to be suspicious at all, right? And your big ass egg that you're carrying around.
How about like a
I
tricorn?
can put my
hat?
egg in a bag. It's fine. The bag leaks a little, but it'll be okay.
I start walking up to these guys.
How?
Wait,
Whoa!
Whoa,
Stop!
Whoa,
Stop.
hold up.
Stop! How about, since I speak the language of sailors, does anybody else here have sailing experience?
Were you a pirate?
I was not a pirate.
I'm gonna have to do it. So here it
Do I
comes.
believe him?
So,
Inciting the shit out of that. If no one else is gonna say inside check with a better roll than mine, I guess I have to do it.
Yeah, roll inside. I mean, Ares, you're not intentionally here. So 21. We're gonna go off your passive then. You're not lying anyways. So 21 insight is that Ares is being somewhat truthful here.
Somewhat
I
truthful. What are you, political?
I say somewhat because Ares might be on the opposite end of essentially a courtyard witnessing pirates being hung, rather than the pirate themselves. So Ares does have experience with the pirate individuals. It's just not a good experience in some of the sense. So that's why I say somewhat, right? The Ares is saying, "Oh, I don't have any experience or anything like." Right, and but you do a little bit, right? You've dealt with these individuals, you know how they operate, and that gives something to them.
So, by a show of hands, how many here have experience on the sea?
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
me and the bunny.
I
No,
have
no,
been
I'm
on the
talking.
sea.
I'm talking about more than one boat ride where you guys managed to sink the boat anyway.
My boat did not sink.
The first boat I was on sunk.
Okay,
I mean,
Why don't you-
To be
why don't
fair,
you-
I wasn't the captain, so that's not my fault.
The only boat I've been on sunk.
why don't you guys let me go talk to them and see if I can't negotiate something? What is the largest price we're willing to pay?
I don't know if I trust you to negotiate for us.
I would say
Negotiate. Just don't carry the cash with you.
I
So if
mean-
they kill you, we can just leave.
Coming from the
That's fair.
guy who, before I got here, spent like 5,000 gold pieces on a bag
it
of
was-
holding.
It was 1,250. Okay.
Yeah, you don't trust me.
And a very fancy bow that someone might have found useful later.
Look, that's besides the point. We don't talk about the bow. The bow never existed.
I'd say
He
1,000 gold.
He gave away the
total.
bow of the gods, Ares.
1,000 gold. I know. I don't know that actually, but
He
You
doesn't
do
know.
now.
well, I do now.
Ethos about the bow.
Hold on.
You should have told me
Pardon.
that.
You gave away a bow.
It was just a ceremonial bow. It's fine. Your bow is
Oh,
just as good.
Jesus.
Chillax.
Athos, it was a ceremonial bow?
It's pretty
I
good.
only
Land
heard
that you're
tales.
not
It sounded,
from.
Okay,
it
okay.
sounded
Actually-
very fancy.
Actually, it was a really, really nice.
The
They got it
DM
from
page
a
is
dragon.
great.
So you take your assumptions from there. Dragons don't keep shitty things in their layers.
I
Yes, that
mean,
is-
That's not necessarily.
Okay, look. Sir Dougal said 1,000 gold total for 4 people.
That
That
seems,
seems a
low
little low.
for pirates.
I would say you start at about the 500 gold per person range. There is 5 of us.
Oh my god.
And 5 of us. I'm thinking we do 250 starting and we max it out at 500 per person.
Oof.
Yeah, max is 500. If you don't come back though, it was nice knowing you.
I just get a sense of what our total treasury is looking like at this point.
Yeah,
Like
we
20
have that
grand.
somewhere, right?
We have a fuck ton.
Yeah, we have a lot of money.
Oh, really?
Isn't that in one of
Yeah.
the tabs? Wasn't it?
Yeah,
in one of the
it's
Yeah,
tabs?
if
in
you
the
if you go to
player
the
character
actors tab,
sheets.
which is the
Oh,
essentially
treasury.
half the
Yep.
person, you go into player characters treasury, right? It's just a vehicle sheet I created so that way you can kind of keep track.
Holy
You have
shit.
upwards of
How come it
20k
says-
gold and 20k silver, 400 platinum.
Oh, it's at the bottom. Okay, I see.
It's at the bottom of cargo. And
Right.
I was looking in the middle and it says this section is empty. I was like, Tardan?
So what is that? Another 4,000 gold and platinum.
Yeah,
and
we have like
another,
25 grand.
And another.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know why you guys are giving me so much shit over 1,200 gold.
No, we have
All right.
2 grand. Oh, yeah.
The
Sorry.
principle.
It's the principle, the fact that I spent less than 4% of our total wealth.
It's not about cost, it's about value. I don't
Well,
mind spending a lot.
You know
as
what
long as it's
value I
worth a
learned?
lot.
That we need to communicate.
Communication? Yes.
Yeah. Like a bow that somebody gave away.
Hey, look, you weren't here, and as soon as you came to the party, you accused 2 people of blowing up and being terrorists.
To be
Oh,
fair, they did blow up a building, did they not?
yeah, they did. I mean, was I wrong? And then they went right to the Sun Tree. I mean, what do you want me to expect?
I don't know, but you have no room to judge me for giving away a bow when we had no one that needed it.
You could have just held on to it in case somebody came along.
If we held on to
This is
every
really-
piece of crap that we come across,
fucking 1,000 gold pieces that we can spend on a better bow for you. Okay?
Well, thank you, Tard. I appreciate you thinking about me. And at that, I'll start walking. I'll start walking toward the the pirates.
Okay.
Okay, so as
what
soon
did
as
you
you
do
step
this week
out of the
with
grass,
far-
budgeting?
you can hear.
I don't
the
know how far
sound.
you want me to go up. By the way,
No,
why I
that's-
stopped there.
No, that's up to you. As soon as you popped out of the grass and started coming downwards, now the ship's bell begins to kind of ring out. You know, individuals are being turned into the direction of the point that you're yelling out, "Look there, the dudes! Look there!" And these people begin to kind of look into the direction, but you're still technically in cover for those on the beach. So the dune in front of you is still tall, right? Considering it's like 8 to 9 feet. So people on the beach can't see. The people on the dock are kind of turning, looking to your direction. And some people are like, they're kind of backtracking a little bit. So they're kind of grouping themselves together and looking in your direction. People are just turning and looking at you at this point. They're not actually getting on the cannons, right? They're kind of just like, almost like, what the fuck is someone doing here? Right? That's like the look that you're getting. You then see some of these others kind of looking on the boat. They're turning and they're kind of moving their hands and weird spacings and stuff over the air and whatnot. They're just kind of creating almost like they're changing the weather, right? The clouds, which are sunny and kind of an overcast, they begin to kind of fill over a little bit in certain things, and they begin to kind of pull upwards on rope and rigging, essentially getting the boat in your mind as a sailor. So getting the boat ready to take off if they need to. If your voice yelling out words. And then two figures begin to work themselves onto the dock. One from the crow's nest and one from the helm. And they begin to walk into the direction of you. Getting off of the dock, they step into the sand. Others kind of pull themselves back around. And this is where you can see that they don't seem afraid of you at all.
Do I recognize either one of them?
For that, I need you to roll a flat intelligence check.
Just a flat intelligence
A
check?
flat intelligence check. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Sir Dougal's walking up now.
Why is Sir Dougal walking? Like, they can't see him anyway. What type of an ability check?
Intelligence, right? Just need you to roll flat intelligence.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That
16.
should be
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
exactly what it needed.
It
So-
gave me a choice, so I just clicked on one.
Yeah, it'll be like a saving throw or intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you want to do an ability check. So the reason why I need you to make an intelligence check here is because you don't have keen mind, right? So you're kind of recalling back information in the past of your sailing days, and you're trying to piece through things together. This is a very notable character. The particularly one on the right is someone that you have heard of. Now getting just a description of what they look like based on those stories and piecing it together. You know this individual goes by the name of Captain Morgan.
Oh my God.
Pretty good
And
rum.
Captain Morgan is the individual who captains
Delicious.
the Black Rat, a ship that is known to prey on the innocent and also protect the weak. Both of the tales you've heard of. So you're not sure of which one that you want to believe it at this point. They are not afraid of you. The figure on, which is referring to is Captain Morgan now, because you recognize, a large and sturdy human male that has a curved metal leg on the left side, large brown beard going down to the chest, an animal's hat sits upon the head with two blue and green feathers protruding from it. A bird sits on the shoulder with plumage of a similar color. He has a white collared shirt with a black tunic, an unbuttoned captain's jacket that is dark navy blue, and is cuffed at each arm in interlaced gold ribbon. Wears a black and gold thick belt with black and gold bandoliers underneath the captain's jacket over a piece of black leather armor with bronze-like metal studs and reinforcements. They have two weapons, a bronze-like metal rapier sheathed into a fine black leather scabbard on the left side, and 8 daggers of similar metal in the bandoliers. Loose-fitting dark brown pants tuck into his large black leather metal-studded boot that go up to the knees. Or the knee, I should say, singular. They have several beautiful rings. They have a unique kind of amulet. It's a rusted metal chain amulet with a kind of slight tankard symbol that's turned downwards. It's made of polished silver. It's tarnished. The figure on the left you've never seen before. This is a polished metal and living humanoid construct. They have loose tan and ripped cloth robe tied together with ashen rope nearby the waist. The face is a solid piece of metal. No eyes, mouth, or ears. The only inclination they are humanoid is because they are bipedal in a humanoid frame and possess somewhat of a head. You can't see at this distance anything else about the particular character. The construct begins to walk forward.
Okay. To it.
It just holds out a hand towards you. Speaks no words. Holds out a hand.
What? Like, is it like a come here, a stop?
Gonna usher forward.
Okay. I'll move forward. Hello. My name is Ares.
Captain Morgan puts a hand onto Nameless. Who be this one? Ugh. Arg. Ares. Why are you beyond the Isle of the Blessed? It's very strange.
I can answer all those questions for you, but it's going to seem even stranger when I answer them. Let's just say that I found myself here after a long journey from another land, and now I'm looking to make a way home. I noticed from a distance the uniforms that your sailors wear, and I myself, after being rescued, spent some time sailing with the Golden Hand under Captain Frug. Do you happen to know Captain Frug?
Looks at you. Looks back to the ship. Ship's bell rings 3 times. Bing, bing, bing. So you are not alone. There are 3 others.
Yes, I do have some friends who are staying back so that I may come up here and talk to you.
The only reason to stay back is because you are scared or here to steal. How about we
No,
How about we come out into the light? This nice beach.
do I have your assurances that they will not be hurt?
Cannot assure anything to you. You are a strange person. Isle of the Blessed. This place is a cursed island. No one comes here. Not even the Tauthar dogs. But yet you here. So that is strange. Your friends need to come out. And we may have a simple and pleasant conversation.
So, before I ask them to come out, there are some things about my past, like sailing with the Golden
I
Hand.
do
and
not
Captain
care.
Frug.
About anything that you have to do with your past. I have lived a long time. He's lived a long time. A long time.
Please tell me that's the metal
Wait.
construct.
when
That's
when I mentioned Captain Frug, did he have any type of a reaction?
None.
How about when I said I sailed with the Golden Hand?
There was some reaction on the face, but this character is well versed in hiding their emotions.
Okay. I'll turn around and I will whistle as loud as I can, so that so that everybody hopefully hears me and comes forward. Although we didn't
that the-
talk about this part.
Is that the attack signal?
I think that means charge.
And after I whistle, I will
Is
say,
what you want.
everybody come out. They have offered to parlay with us.
The fuck is parlay? Is that like a fancy word for talk? Why
I
can't
like
you just
those.
use normal words?
Uh,
God, you're starting to sound like Athos.
Excuse you.
Gentlemen, this is the captain of the ship, I do believe. Captain, and I'll turn toward Athos first and say, this is Athos, this is Sir Dougal, and this is Tardan. And Nereus is behind me. We found ourselves here in a strange situation,
He's in the back.
and now we're seeking a way off the island, and we think that you might be able to help us with that.
So, let me get this straight. You need a way off the island. But you have not really told me about why you're here on the island specifically. Were you marooned here? Did not see a ship wrecked on the shores. So I only imagine that you are here because you are to steal the spoils of Felgin, perhaps? No?
I think anyone who
Oh.
knows much of Felgim knows there aren't any spoils left. The Talthars took care of that, unfortunately.
That is true.
But
As for
sometimes
how
if you
we're
look
here,
hard enough in dark places, there is knowledge. And knowledge can be a useful tool. Although it does not necessarily carry the weight of codes.
Knowledge is power, friend. One of the virtues of the Golden Hand.
Yes, and so is taking care of other Golden Hand members or
Aye.
people that have helped the Golden Hand.
I knew you were a pirate.
fucking
What?
pirates.
He's a pirate? Wait, what's a pirate?
This just goes to prove that you can't trust even those that you travel with.
I was not
You
a
know,
pirate.
we got abandoned here. We just want to way off the island.
I am being quite generous, I feel. I did not kill you all instantly. I feel like that's pretty good. I may have a poor track record of firing upon first before I ask questions. I've tried to stay true to the virtue of knowledge is power. So, I will give you this one chance, and this one chance only, to tell me of why you are on the Isle of the Blessed. And I did not see no ships. You have 10 seconds.
We flew here on the back of a dragon, which is now gone and
Oh,
offers us no way off the island.
I just facepalm myself.
I wish he
I-
was lying.
I told you that the story would sound even worse once you heard it.
Oh, and the reason that we're here is because that one needed to be cured. And I'm just going to point at Athos.
Nameless steps
Yes, I
forward.
was in rather dire straits.
Nameless. What are you doing? Construct opens the palm directly towards your chest, Sir Dougal. What do you do?
Opens his palm, like facing the sky, or
No, he
Iron Man
He
blast.
opens his hand to reveal his palm. It is
Like
moving.
iron.
Yeah, they are opening their palm to reveal their
Okay.
hand, and then they are pressing it towards your chest, like they're aiming to touch your chest.
I'll
Trying to feel
open
those
my
pads.
palm and push it against its chest.
Oh my god. This is
Ancient
good.
salute.
This is
E.T. phone home.
a very interesting thing. So now that you're getting a little bit more, there's metal panels about the frame. They help hide interior gears and mechanisms, which Sir Dougal are able to hear, kind of breathing like fluidity and shape into the figure. The runes upon the hand and other things are of a very ancient and unknown language to all of you. As this figure begins to press into your chest and you press into theirs, purple and pink cackling lightning begins to sprout from the palm of their hand into your chest. They then pull their hand back, very slightly, with yours still pushed into the cold and just the vibration of the gears and mechanisms. Captain Morgan is just curious about what's happening. And on the weapon. Nameless then stares with a blank, no face at all of you. Turns back to the captain. Kneels down and begins to write friends into the sand.
Is this how pirates say hello?
Friends, Nameless. Perhaps you all know more about Nameless than I do. I only found them here on the island, just like you all. Speak. I took them on because they had some talents, and they've been with the ship ever since. Do you know
Oh.
Nameless? Maybe a name, perhaps.
No name, but how long ago did you find him on the island?
I want to say it has been roughly 8.
Does that date sound familiar to anyone else?
That's around the time that you know who made a visit, it would seem.
Curious.
The Felgum had many constructs and automatons, but none quite like this. The power that he wields is definitely connected to this place, though. Well, it would be likely. We have seen similar power coming from others connected to this place.
Starting as you approach, Nameless turns after writing friends. The captain's just waiting for an answer if you know who Nameless is. Seems like they don't really. It's just a good deckhand and someone with a lot of skill, perhaps. Nameless turns at you and moves to grab your lyre.
Interesting. I will actually help him and offer it to him to see what
Takes
he's
it.
trying to do.
So they take it, grabbing it from you, and then begins to try to place your hands on it as if they want you to play.
Do you want me to show them the power or see if he nods? Okay. I will take the lyre from him. Going to look at the captain. It seems as if he wishes for me to play you all a tune to kind of demonstrate something. Do you mind?
I don't
Entertain
mind.
me?
It's a good tune. Perhaps you'll make a good gesture on the boat.
Oh, he's very good at that.
I will kind of step around to where I have more of an arc towards everybody, and I will play the lyre. Guessing you want a performance check.
Right.
Nice.
25.
Way to come out swinging, Deuce. Whoa.
Holy dice.
So
How many
as
people
you
are there?
begin to play your lyre outwards, I need all three of you to roll.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Charisma
you, Gat.
saving
Rip.
throw.
Was it?
Charisma saving throw. Okay. Not going to be this.
Can any of you
Freaking-
beat a 25?
No. No.
Oh, what, a 25?
So the
Yeah,
DC
I rolled a
set
19,
with
it's
the
21.
performance check is a 25. Starting
Shut
begins to
up.
play lights out. You might as well be on a stage in front of 1,000 people concert right now because you're playing your heart out with this lyre. You notice that everyone except for the captain rolled a nat 20 and Nameless are charmed by this effect. Everyone else, though, is. They're in love with your music, beginning to yell out, "It's amazing, amazing!" Calling out. Some are grabbing coin, just throwing it into the sand. Some are going down to the knees and holding their hands out, shaking their bodies wildly. You're just playing, just zooming out. You all in the back here, you three, you're charmed. You are under the state of charm. You are fell into that. Now, we can go from here. If you have Fey ancestry, this is a traditional charm. So if you do have Fey ancestry, you will have advantage on this saving throw. So just an FYI, if you do have that. Now, as you begin to play, Nameless turns to the captain, puts a hand under the shoulder, and then points back to the rest of the crew, which are completely out of their minds. Captain, what is the meaning? And all of the seven sea gods turns and looks towards you. Stop your playing. Cease. Looks back to the crew, waiting for you to stop.
I will stop my playing and kind of put my lyre on my foot.
As soon as you stop playing, the charm wears off. People come to, holding their heads, confused about what has happened, similar to a charm spell. Captain looks, snaps, immediately runs over to you. Oh, yes, this is good. This is fantastic. Nameless, how do you know this Nameless? How do you know this one? It's Tardan, right? Yes?
Yes, I am
Yes.
Tom Salangale.
You do this all the time? Is this something that comes natural?
It's a newly acquired ability.
It's you on the shoulders. Well, it is beautiful. Not much work the Golden Hand can do with gifts like this and talents. I'll pay you handsomely. It'll be good, Tharg.
Do be careful signing any contracts, Todd. Read the fine print.
Trust me, you probably want to get to know him before you offer him any kind of contract to be with you for a long time.
Puts a hand onto the captain's shoulder. Turns him. Nameless, what is it? Points. Direction. Of all three. 1, 2. Then points back to the lyre. Holds up the number. Well, in this case, 5. Down to
I
the sand,
suppose
and it begins to write all of them. It's back to the lyre. Do you all possess something like this?
all of us except for the merfolk. Kind of.
Well, it is all
Maybe?
quite different. I think your friend is pointing out the fact that the origins of our abilities may come from similar places, possibly similar to their own.
I'll take a step forward, and I will tell everybody, I'm just going to pull something out that's around my neck, and I'm going to pull out my stone on my necklace and see if Nameless reacts to that.
Nameless looks, moves over, begins to try to push your stone back into its place. That was essentially back into your shirt.
Do you recognize this, Nameless?
Shakes the head, shakes the hand, and points towards your chest where the amulet is. Just taps it several times. Well, we need to set sail. We cannot be here all day. Cargo needs to be unloaded. And Nameless, as much as I like this reunion with your friends, I will take it. These gifts. Listen, the Golden Hand is very simple. You work, you get coin. Lots of coin. The Golden Hand is free compared to the Tauthar dogs of Arthuria, Torkavas Republic, Vicarious, and the Temerians, the Temerian Republic of Temeria. You understand that the Golden Hand is something that everyone does not. The ability to live. Now, your choice is yours, of course. We need to go back to Alathan anyways. We have more cargo to pick up, stashing onto the island, and then we have some rum to pick up here that's stashed somewhere else. So, I will tell you this. You all will come, we'll get you onto the boats, and we will set sail, get you off the island. In exchange, I would like for you, all of you, to consider being a part. Gifts like these, capture wire, could go places. Conquer the world. Be good. Think about it. As friends of Nameless, you are welcome on the boat. And this potential turns around. Golden Hand with these gifts. You may become rich and powerful than your wildest imaginations. Get back to work! Yell outwards. Bell begins to ring. They begin to make way, moving the cargo off the boat as they had been before. At this point, what becomes apparent is that there are 4 cannons lowered into your direction. So after they called out the ship's bell, it seems like people had gotten to the post of the cannons, and they are locked and loaded, so to speak.
Nameless, you're a curious sight to see here, with a lot of knowledge, it would seem. Thank you for your help.
Bows the head.
Your power comes from the same place as ours. I suspect you have a larger purpose than working the deck of a pirate ship.
Gins is drawn to the sand. I have been waiting for you.
I begin to suspect that he doesn't actually necessarily have power, but the power to see the power. Does that make sense?
Almost like he's wearing glasses that can see things nobody else can.
Well, I mean, their very existence is held together by some sort of power that is not a natural creation.
Nameless, were you here the last time that there were strangers on the island?
He means Damodar.
Christ.
Writes enemy in the sand.
Writes what? I'm
Yes.
sorry?
Enemy.
Okay, so that's a yes. So you know that we're working against Damodar.
Did Porig create you?
Writes old one in the sand.
That's my suspicion. They may very well have created them at the same time they sent out the stone to find us, knowing that we would end up here. Or possibly, yeah.
I think, judging by his hand motions, he wants to bring us all together somehow. Are you able to track the stone fragments?
Wayne begins to point to each of you.
Well, that's not really impressive.
I suspect-
We're standing here.
They either
Oh my god.
they either are drawn to the power of the old one that was instilled within us, or this divine fragment that we all possess as chosen ones, which we possessed from the beginning, presumably.
He could also be referring to the fact that the stone. So, you guys remember? Actually, most of you weren't here. Sir Dougal, you remember when we were headed past the dwarves and my stone called me to go essentially talk to the prince? I think he's saying something similar, that the stones, once they're in proximity or when it's time, it may even be a time thing. I mean, this is the power of the old one that we're talking about. They'll just tell you.
Can I get up close to the nameless here and alongside smelling him and listening closely to inside his chassis? I'll ask, have you seen others wearing stones like this before?
It's to write in the sand. Not in this timeline.
It's not a no.
Not in this timeline.
He was created by the old one who sees all possible
time.
pasts, presents, and futures.
Are you concurrently living in multiple timelines, or have you just traveled from one to the other? That's a complex question to answer in the sand. I apologize. Never mind. Either way,
Just
it's
nod yes or
fascinating.
no.
Nodded yes.
Everywhere. Fascinating.
So then you knew that we were coming.
Begins to write in the sand. Unite chosen ones. Find them.
That's your purpose.
Are we missing one or more? Aside from the semi-translucent wizard at the moment.
Begins to write. There are many more,
Many.
but not all need to be guided.
So we're the dumb chosen ones.
Well, you just heard the conversation we had with the captain, for God's sakes.
What do you? That was a great conversation.
Begins to pat towards the chest. Like a beating heart. Then begins to pat onto each of your chest. Said, goes down to the sand and writes, "They are not you."
Oh, maybe he means like Damodar doesn't need guidance.
Or he means that there are other people that play a critical role, like Magello guiding, that don't need the guidance, that are just playing their role.
Points towards where Ares has the amulet stone.
Not all of them have stones.
Well, we have an extra one now.
Not all of them were sent
Stones.
stones. Writes it in the same.
Are they our
So
backup
they're
in
like
case
they're
we die?
Yes, they're reserves in case we die or fuck up.
I suppose that makes me feel better about our choices.
The last season of Buffy all over again.
Oh,
Oh, don't remind me. I feel aged.
I actually
Tell
just
me.
rewatched that series on, I think
Did
it's
you?
Netflix or
Nice.
Hulu. I think it's Hulu.
Yeah, I think it's Hulu. It's on it right now. Yeah.
so would you be surprised if we told you that we may have found an extra stone and maybe have an extra dragon now?
I don't think this particular entity is surprised by anything if they see all possible timelines at once.
Do you
Be very
think this
hard-pressed
is
to surprise them?
is this the eyes and the ears for the old one then in all timelines?
Well, one of. So the stone was something similar, or the crystal. I suspect the seeds that we carry are meant to be more. Perhaps one of us creates a new nameless at some point.
Oh, a nameless frog.
Oh,
Perhaps one of
God.
us created this nameless and we just haven't done it yet.
All
Look,
right, now we're getting too crazy. I need.
I got a
alcohol
souvenir
in there.
plate. Okay, I got a souvenir plate. He got an egg. You're the only one that got a real seed.
Were you born or were you crafted? Do you remember your birth?
Well, that's kind of
Rather
a personal
philosophical
question. Well,
Depending on your definition, we were all crafted of the sort.
Oh, shut up. Not you. The other one.
But you can't shut up someone who doesn't talk.
No, you. Not him.
Nameless. Should we get on the ship? Is Alethan where we should go?
I feel like we're 100% not asking the right question here, but
Points to each of you. Not written.
Yes. The old one mentioned they cannot see all of the various potentialities of our future. They can see a path, but we have no impetus to stay upon that path. We are unique in that way. So they don't know where we need to go. They just know that we need to go there together, presumably. And I
Well-
imagine that we should be quite safe on the ship, given that they were waiting on the ship for us.
You know, the only downside to that, I don't know that Nameless can take on a Kraken.
You don't know that they can't either.
Though I suppose we do owe the Kraken, so if the Kraken shows up,
I haven't gotten to see the Kraken yet. I think that would be fascinating.
it's really not as cool as it sounds. I promise you.
Looks like this. I wild shape
Never
into a
meet your
giant
heroes.
octopus.
Oh my god.
It's just, it's like it's a 1/12 scale. Do we need to give him a spritz or something? Is going to
And he
fall?
picks up. I pick up like a little piece of beech wood, driftwood, and like grab it in my tentacle, crack it in half.
Oh my god.
All right. On that note, I
Um,
think we should get on the boat because we're all going crazy after being on this
Yep.
island for so long.
Who's going to carry the octopus?
The octopus
It can
has a
walk.
movement speed. It just is incredibly
Does that-
slow.
Does that have a movement speed in sand?
Yeah, it does. It's terrible.
It's just
Embarrassing.
See you in an hour.
Dash. Yeah. Ooh, whoa,
See you in an hour. We
Two.
we did leave him, didn't we?
So, Athos, you seem rather intelligent. Do you think there's a way for me to play my lyre without doing the thing? Like, do I just need to focus on not doing the thing?
Oh, you mean without charming everyone?
Yeah, that would be kind of helpful.
I
I suppose it would
sorry.
be a difficult thing to practice, but I would think that yes, if you focused your attention on, why don't you try to play as poorly as you possibly can? Start there, like it's go from one extreme to the other, like play the absolute most terrible thing you could ever play, and then work your way up to being good without being amazing. I think is sort of your process for refining that ability.
So I would just say that some of the special shots that I've learned over the years are not necessarily all out in front of where I shoot, but they are in a circle around where the arrow goes. And I wonder if your skill, we'll say, is circular around you, and we just have to figure out the right distance to stay away from you.
It's like just play
Yeah.
very far away. Unfortunately, we're on a boat now.
I was
The
going to
ship-
say the
sorry,
issue
Captain.
isn't charming you guys, because that's fun. I enjoyed that personally. It's whenever we, need to convert the masses to our side, it would be helpful if they remembered what I said during said performance.
So
Depending
charm
on what
them
it
without
is.
making them stupid.
Yes.
But depending on what it is, you may not want them to remember.
That's true, which is why I need to. That's why I was asking Athos if there's a way that I could probably flip it off and on.
I mean, there must be. I don't just absorb light by walking by. It's,
That is true.
granted, yours has a bit more of a manual activation, so I suspect it will require practice.
Wonder if the captain will get mad if I practice on this boat ride.
You just
Oh,
go into
100%.
Nereus's quarters and practice on him.
I'm sure
'Cause
Nereus
you will
would be
always
willing,
know if it's working.
and Nereus will be a willing 100% participant in this study. we're
Absolutely.
doing, by
At
the way,
least for a few weeks.
who knows? You guys may actually end up being friends after this voyage.
It's a bonding trip. It's a buddy comedy bound to happen.
While this is going on, we're kind of on the boat. I would like to walk over to one of the cannons and take a look at it, and do I recognize the cannon?
You do.
Kind of indiscreetly. I don't want to like, oh shit, look at me, you know. Just kind of like walk around and take a quick look at it, you know.
Sure. I'm going to get into a description of the ship a little more detailed as well, right? So this is a 160-foot brigantine, 50 feet above the water line. 7 masts, each with their own size, height, and rigging. Bronze-like metal cannons with polished metal rings on the top deck, lashed by ropes to circular ports cut out of the solid 5-foot wooden railing. These cannons sit above etched runes. The wooden railing lowers to about 3.5 feet towards the bow and stern sections as stairs ascend. It seems the top deck is covered with a layer of metal, and some of it is overlaid with wooden planks or lats. The grooves in the metal help bite into metal studs or cleats of those on board to prevent sliding. Raised 4 feet and plated in brass metal is the observation deck, which contains the ship's wooden and metal reinforced wheel and shelving filled with navigation tools like compass and scope. Nearby the cannons are wooden crates, some of them revealing crystal vials of a white liquid, not the one that you all collected in Felgham. Wooden barrels about 4 to 5 feet in height contain solid balls of metal. A wooden crane is on the southern side, which I described right on that rotating dial. And then you have 2 pocket kind of wooden and metal reinforced doors with 2 circular windows. That's underneath the observation deck, leading into what you imagine to be the captain's quarters. And then you have a staircase that descends on the opposite side, and then it's going to be kind of towards the bow, right? So there's, again, 2 kind of raised sections, and then they have their own ways of going to different parts of the ship. Now, coming to the actual bowsprit here, it's a large skull of a dragon, many shaved rib bones as a figurehead, and kind of has a bolted kind of 2 draconic talons that kind of come around right underneath it, and they're able to kind of cross upwards underneath that. It kind of creates a very decorative appearance to that bowsprit. Again, there's some other notable things that I kind of described before. To answer your question here, Ares, these are Temerian arcane cannons. They are arcane cannons. They are not conventional cannons that use gunpowder. Gunpowder is not a thing, right? It's not a thing in this world. And this seems to be some rendition of a cannon in a conceptualized comparison to real life. But they are used, they use arcane or magical means to fire the projectile.
Okay.
So similar to what we heard was being used in the bay.
Correct. You have gotten descriptions from the Uther Bay, which is alongside the warfront, and they have described Temberi warships using these cannons.
Because that's why Lady Sindar Elena's down there, right? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure I'm piecing everything together.
Okay.
Ares, you didn't make a name for yourself back in the day, did you? Is there any worry that you'll be recognized by anyone that might hold a grudge?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about. I mean, what makes you think that I would have made a name for myself back in the day? I was a simple archer in the military.
About pirates, and you're not a pirate, which means you had interactions with pirates from the other side of the ship, and you're still alive. So that often leads to enemies, ne'er-do-wells, nemesis.
I know things about sailing, which makes it easy to communicate with sailors. Pirates or not. I don't know where you're getting I was a pirate from.
I don't think you're a pirate, but you name dropped someone that the pirates were supposed to know or respect, which means you have intimate knowledge of them from somewhere.
Welcome to Athos having a stupidly high perception and everything. That man hears everything. Stupid Athos. I'm over Athos.
I make no judgments. I
I-
simply am curious if it is going to present a problem later.
Let's just say that my past is complicated. And I may have let's just say my past is complicated. There should be no complications though with me on a ship with these individuals. Trust me when I say, from what I know from being on the sea, the Golden Hand is quite capable of taking care of themselves.
Enough. Just let me know if that changes. If I need to stab someone coming for your back, I'd rather have a heads up.
I think we'll be okay. I will tell you though that this is a even within the Golden Hand, a fairly well-known captain and a well-known ship. So it has been through quite a bit. So
I suspect we'll be safe regardless, given our superpowered bodyguard, but still.
I think that Nameless there is our trump card, to be honest, and I think will help tremendously.
How do you feel, given whatever your complicated past is, about the prospect that we might be doing pirating? It does rather seem that our passage on this ship is sort of requisite on pirate duties.
How do I put this simply? My complicated past doesn't have anything to do with pirating, as you say. It has to do with being a member of a military unit that came under attack. And then, due to interest in the item that we're standing next to, the cannon here, was saved, if you will, by the Golden Hand. And then let go by the Golden Hand because I did exactly what the captain said. I worked. And I made sure that I did my job that I was assigned, just like any good soldier would. And then eventually, I was allowed to leave the ship.
Oh, so this is a little bit of deja vu for you. You've been a pirate before. Well, this should be easy. Fine. That's good.
I have
That's-
not been a pirate before, Athos. You are jumping to conclusions here. I did nothing that a pirate would do.
I mean, no offense. I was merely, given your moral turpitude, I was afraid you might be uncomfortable with our current situation. But if you've been here before, then there should be no concern.
I was not comfortable then, and to be quite honest, I'm not comfortable now. But work on a boat is vast and varied enough where you don't have to engage in activities that make you uncomfortable. I was quite simply able to, what's the correct term here that you would understand? I would say swab the deck, but let's say clean the deck to make sure that it was not rotting or going to be a problem for people that were actually doing the pirating. So I was more like a assistant.
You understand that you are much more than that now. You are no simple soldier anymore. I doubt you're going to be asked to mop anything.
After years and years of training and being treated as a simple soldier, potentially even a second-class citizen that just had some skills with the bow that an army wanted, not being a member of the... Bless you. not being a member of the high class, and I'll kind of look in Tardan's way, and never being treated as such, even though potentially I was better than all of them.
That is my point.
I
You are
still-
something special now. I don't. You are going to be asked to do things, I would suspect, that cater to your power and capabilities. At least if I were the captain, that's what I would ask us to do. He would be wasting us on menial tasks.
Well, the good news is, as long as I can keep Tardan's mouth shut, the captain has no clue what I'm capable of or not doing.
You
I
said
may just-
Tardan and mouth shut in the same sentence.
I know. I know. It's like an oxymoron. I know.
I suspect
But
we're
I-
all going to be asked to demonstrate our capabilities at some point. I would be surprised if his curiosity does not get the better of it.
And I think my
Now, if you
capability might just be shooting the apple off somebody's head.
I was going
Maybe.
to say, if you could put on a good performance, perhaps you could hide some of that if you choose to. But
I just
I
hope
suspect we
that
will be asked.
I just hope that everybody can keep their mouth shut so that I don't have to do something compromises my beliefs.
Which, to be clear, are against pirating.
So, is the pirating you're talking about good or bad pirating? Are they helping people? Or are they hurting people?
I will grant you that pirates can do many things, but generally when one refers to pirating, we're talking about stealing, killing, pillaging, raiding.
Okay, so you want to get into my past, so we'll talk about my past. So, let's say that I was a member of a ship that was attacked unrightfully. We defended ourselves the best that we could, but it's pretty hard to stand up against these things, and I'll kind of point to, lean against whatever to the cannon next to me. And we were eventually captured. And for whatever reason, let's say that a pirate ship sailing under the Golden Hand flag came and rescued or found us. I would say, for whatever reason, that pirating was good. They rescued people who had been wrongfully attacked and who needed to be saved. I'm
the
all
Golden
for
Hand
that.
weren't the ones who attacked you.
No, they were not. Matter of fact, they're the ones responsible for freeing me, giving me a job so that I can forget exactly what we're talking about right now. But thanks, Athos, for bringing up such great memories I have from the past. I appreciate your inquisitive mind and your need to know everything. And I don't know which way to walk, but I'm walking away.
Are the two that look like they have, I guess, magic on their tokens doing anything particular out of
They
the
are.
norm of traditional ship work?
What you can understand is they are casting invocations. They are arcane magic users, it seems, and they are throwing up a variety of different spells like Shape Water and Fog Cloud and certain things as they begin to create a shroud of protection over the ship. Essentially, they're creating the ship into a fog cloud, and they're also maneuvering the water to aid in the navigation through the harsh rocks that exist on the western side of the isle. The western side of the isle is not a place that you should be landing if you're a ship this size. There are many different rocks and other sorts of structures that protrude from the seabed, and they create a very treacherous and hazardous condition, albeit protected and cover, which is great. That's what they need. And so the arcanists of this Golden Hand ship, they are used in that manner right now to help in the aiding of the maneuvering. In addition, the ship is heavy. You notice there's metal plating and reinforcements everywhere. And so right now, you're right. It's just like, how is the ship staying afloat, right? It's not like a steamboat, right? an ironclad ship. So something about the runes that are kind of etched into the metal are stating to you arcane runes. They are enchantments they've put onto the ship to essentially make it more buoyant. So the enchantments of buoyancy create the ship to have more lift from the actual water so it doesn't sink. So as you now transition, they remove the anchors, they also remove the lashings, the arcanists begin to enchant, right? They're casting their spells, and you begin to go into open water. Now, your tokens are going to move in positions. I just put them into a grouping because this is the open water. We now have a tile scroll. So this might be a little bit hard for you to load in because there's actually going to be an animation to the tile.
That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
that's so awesome.
That's dope.
Seems to be stable. I tested it. There's no issues, but you might have
No, it's
pretty
working
on my
fine
end.
for me. Yeah.
I would have hated this on hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Tell me about it.
yeah, you would die right now. So
I would have
as you
loaded
get-
it in after the session was done.
So as you get going, the rain kind of softly falling down, the bow, waves crashing over the bowsprit here. And it really showcases that this ship is an armored warship. It's exactly what it can be used for, in addition to the cargo hold that it has to move supplies. It's not a galleon, it's not a transport ship, so it lacks a lot of cargo space, but it does make up for it by being protected against potentially enemies that the Golden Anne has. You have to get through a blockade somehow, and you're unclear of how they're going to adapt beyond the magic spells that they're casting to hide the ship itself, in addition to aiming to get into the crux of the blockade by the middle of the night. So you're gauging basically off the sun and other things that are happening with the overcast now kind of clouding that. You're kind of thinking, okay, when are we going to get into the mouth of the bay, which is where the blockade is? And you don't see anything like that on the sight lines per se, but you heard the crew talk about that. So the crew are discussing that freely about the ship as they're discussing, where are we going to navigate to certain things. And one of the concepts here I do want to classify to you, Aries, being a sailor, is that this crew has sailed together for a long time. They have to speak very little to each other to know what they're doing. So you're getting an understanding that they're going to go by the marshes side. They're going to take the north side of the bay because the Talthars are lean on that side, courtesy of a magical fog that protrudes out of the marshes and rolls into the bay. They want to utilize that and cling to the shoreline. In addition, they want to stay the cover of night, and they're hoping for a good storm coming through, which indeed it is, pushing at the backside of you. So it's kind of you're trying to outrun it a little bit. In a way, but you definitely won't be able to do that. The ship is not that fast. And the direction that you had to get towards the bay, what you're doing now, right, in sort of a macro scale, is that you're going north from your dock position. You're wrapping around the isle on the north side, and you want to get into the channel, because the flow of the water kind of comes from cold to warm in a way that's really strange. Normally you have the opposite, warm to cold normally, but this is kind of having almost like an opposite effect. Maybe another thing of the isle, perhaps, right? The waters around the isle, changing that into the polar. So they're wanting to get north, wrap around it, and then go south, then hit the mouth. So they want to get that speed coming through, get that ship that's moving as fast as possible. And then with the storm pressing in from the west to east, you're going to have beautiful wind. So you're going to have a lot of wind, a lot of speed. So Aries, this is perfect conditions. The storm, you're kind of fearing that, but the ship is super strong and sturdy. It's made of metal at times, or mainly metal, right? It's really just wood that wraps around it. So kind of disguising it in a way, in addition to the spells. So you all are here, cruising along. I'm just going to advance the time. Not many orders at this point. Captain Morgan's at the helm. Making way. Nameless went into the captain's quarters. People are kind of coming down and up from the bottom. You smell food as we now get towards kind of evening time. So there's kind of food lofting. There's also the chimneys from the stoves at the bow, creating that smell effect coming through. Your kind of laughter downstairs. So it's just a run-of-the-mill thing. No one's bothering you, asking questions, judging you. There's a diversity here that is, absolutely crazy. People that are really old. There's people that are really young. There's just a wide variety of races. There's races that aren't commonly found. So you're seeing merfolk and tiefling and other sorts of kind of races that we haven't really explored yet on the campaign. And so you know that this boat is a world traveler. It sees a lot of things.
So I assume they mean to run the blockade. Do you think we'll have to fight the Talthars?
I'm going to keep my distance from the group and just peer ahead where we are where we're traveling to. Kind of in a solemn, I don't say depressed, but solemn mood. Very obviously not the typical Ares.
Athos, what did you do to Ares?
I asked him some questions. I don't think he appreciated them. Turns out we have nothing to worry about. Should be fine. I was concerned that he might be upset about the potential for piracy. But it's not a problem.
Well, that's good to hear. We have to do what we have to do to do whatever it is that we have to do.
Right. Yes, you are. There are always those who have and those who take. There is balance to the universe. I'm not necessarily one inclined to tip the scales from one side to the other.
I agree. However, I am okay with taking from the Talthars. Just throwing that out there.
You know, I don't have that much experience with it, but they seem rather distasteful. And that damn city is just too bright. It is quite bright. It's just light everywhere. Everywhere you get, it's over the top. It's like too many Christmas decorations all year round.
What is Christmas?
Exactly.
Hey, what do you think would happen if we used your new ability near the sun tree?
I think I would be invisible for a very long time. And then I'd probably have to run, because they would want to kill me.
But they wouldn't be able to see you. You'd be fine.
There is a balance, and that city is not in balance. I think the Black Hand was maybe a little too heavy-handed with their solution for the problem, but it could be there's a problem.
I believe the issue is not with just that town, but with the continent as a whole. Anytime you place your beliefs at the centerfold of your civilization. As you
Yes,
said, knowledge is power.
I think the problem with many true believers is they get just enough knowledge to support their beliefs, and then they stop. And there's that knowledge that comes past that mark, the knowledge that you gain beyond your belief, that either reinforces or destroys it. And if you're not willing to take the leap to find the knowledge that might destroy your belief, then your belief is worthless. But they are afraid, and so they do not pursue that last piece of knowledge.
I'm not going to lie. What you said sounded really, really smart, and I understood it, but I think it would have been better over some alcohol. And I'm
That's
sure
almost
anyone
nice.
listening in chat would agree.
Well, I mean, you
Yes.
all are on the boat. You can have your independent conversations. Nothing's happening. this might be one of the first times, I think, in this group that there isn't a whole lot of just action in a way.
Something to be done. Yeah.
Something to be done. It just feels like you're just kind of along for the ride, and you're going to go wherever you're going to go. And, Lathan, Port City, it's large. So, it's opportunities. That's just not something that is quest bound, honor bound, Orla bound. You're just kind of getting off the island and trying to get back. So, as this journey progresses forward, we're kind of in a fast travel-esque situation until we get, to something blockade. Maybe it's the marshes, right? Maybe it's just docking, right? Just spending the time across the bay. One thing I have to state is that the journey is long. There is many, many miles to get to Lathan. The bay is huge. It's massive. You have dozens and dozens of miles. So in the context of time, Ares, you're able to understand without having to do a roll to really get an idea of how far it is to Lathan and then how far you are traveling on the boat. Like, how fast are you going? How fast is this boat going? So because you had a wrapper on the island, yes, you have speed, you have a good wind, you're going to probably get into the mouth of the bay by around 1 o'clock, like 1 in the morning, right? That's kind of what they're aiming for. And past that point, you have several days of travel, right, that you're going to have to go through to get to Lathan. Now, with the good wind, though, and if they decide to go not too close to the shoreline, you might be able to cut that down to a day and a half to 2 days. The ship is moving fast. It's not slow. So that's something to say. It's not as fast as it could be, but it's not slow. So we definitely going to get to our destination right around, if we check our calendar, you're looking at like 18th, 19th time. So there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of things that you can do. So you said Ares, you'd say, hey, can I bake some arrows? Yeah, for sure. And there's plenty of supplies. In fact, the individuals that you see, some of them do actually have bows. They have arrows. So, there's some supplies you're able to get your hands on as well. Now, they're not sharing with you, but definitely get supplies with you to get your own arrows made. That's totally fine. We don't even need to go through a check or anything. We can just have you do that, right? That's going to be your downtime activity through the journey. So if there's anything that you all want to think about, we're going to take a break. So it's a good time for that. We're going to take a break and then kind of transition through. So if there's anything you all want to do as far as a downtime activity during this fast travel, just go ahead and state the word, right? And we'll come back and we'll kind of wrap that up a little bit and just fast track this thing to get to where we need to go. I do want to state that I turned on a rain effect. So if you were lagging, that wasn't just you. The rain effect combined with the token thing with the rain effect, something was happening there, and it just was tanking my frames. So I imagine that might happen with you as well. So I put on the cloud effect instead, which is not as taxing. So that's good. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And it's been a joy. Group 5 here, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. It's about 6:40 p.m. PST. Hope so. And hope you join us then for the second half. So you're back. Bye.
Bye-bye, chat.
All right, welcome back. Joining us for the second half. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. As we get in with Group 5 as they are on the journey at sea. All right. So while you're on the journey at sea, we're getting towards, a couple roughly in the middle of the night here. The captain has not taken their way off the helm. You've seen Nameless come up a few times. It is incredibly dark. There are no lights on this ship at all. They have no lights. Instead, those that don't have dark vision or aren't aided enough by dark vision are actually pulling out goggles of night as they pull it out of their sides, which piques your interest. You're like, fuck you, the night. But they're taking the goggles of night out and they're slapping them down, getting themselves the vision that they need. In the fog clouds surrounding, it's difficult to see anyways, but those on the crow's nests are using them in addition to spy glasses as they are kind of working through the landscape. You've now entered into the blockade. The best way that I can interpret this to you in your perceptions is that you're just seeing little lights every so often over the cusps of the waves. You're just seeing them in the distance, to the north and to the south and to the east. So it's not like a line of ships, right? This is like miles, okay? Many miles, this mouth of this bay. You can't feasibly have a ship side by side by side. That's just crazy, right? Maybe if you're playing a massive high fantasy game, I might make something like that. But like, that's just completely unrealistic. So you're just seeing the lights every so often. And it seems like the ship is not really turning towards the shore. It's mainly going for like a splice. Like it wants to try to cut through it. And a spacing that some of the ships are more. The captain is also pulling out different sorts of charters, maps, navigation things. Some of them are actually signed and labeled by commanders of the Talthar Navy. In fact, the captain actually has in their possession the whole blockade positioning of all the ships. Captain's already on it, pulling out the map, begins to pin it down a little bit, begins to pull little figurines out even on the deck here, turning tops into little heavy set figurines, and is actually putting in coordinate spaces where the ships are in the blockade at this specific time. So there's a whole ingenuity factor here going towards the ship. No one's engaged with you really. They're just expecting you maybe to help a hand, get some dinner, right? Maybe get some rest down in the bunks. This is how the ship operates. Everyone fends for themselves. When it comes time to get onto the cannons, get onto the battle stations, it's expected. But so far, it's been smooth sailing. There hasn't been anything that would cause problems. The rain really coming down now, some thunder in the distance, kind of cracking every so often. You're really just left alone to do with what you need to do, which in fact seems like either teaching skill, right? Sleight of hand sounded like. We had some arrows +2 being provided in exchange for working. That'll be gifted to you afterwards. For now, though, you're able to create 40 arrows if you'd like. Arrows are not difficult to make.
Oh, I've kind of lost you. You said
I'm lagging a little
40?
bit. Yep. Hold on one second. Am I back yet?
Yep.
Okay.
Michael's die.
It's just little tiny micro lag now. Like they're little spurts now. And I just went through a Windows update, which is really interesting to me. But as soon as I update it, the lag gets less. I'm telling you right now. Big brain. Okay. So you're able to make 40 arrows. Just regular arrows at this point. Arrows.
Okay.
So you can change your inventory. You can put 40 arrows into there. Arrows are not difficult to make. All the reagents are around you, plentiful in supply, so you're able to really forge those arrows and whatnot. The arrows +2, the 40 of those in exchange for your work, that's going to come after the journey, right?
Yeah,
I'm not going to
yeah.
put those into your inventory quite yet. In addition, the sleight of hand is not something that is particularly going to happen quite yet. So we're just kind of going through the journey. I want to give this little narration because I wanted to showcase just a little bit of the action and how they navigate through the blockade, which might be different than a regular ship trying to get through this. So, in the crest of this night, the next day passes by, continuing the narration through thunder in the distance, right? We're going to get to the fast travel point of this journey. Nothing is going to happen on this particular voyage. They're able to navigate through in the dead of night. They begin to move into the magical fog of the marshes, which seems to be this everlasting fog that pushes its way out, then goes and smashes into a barrier, seemingly over the delta or the river congruence into the bay. Kind of folds on itself, so now they're kind of clinging and they're making way. And just gonna continue the time spacing here, advancing the days, and I'm gonna get us to a point where we're gonna come into dock at Alathan. During this voyage, right, the captain and Nameless speak very little, right? They don't really speak too much to you. You can always ask questions to them if you'd like to during this time. That's totally a viable option. But it's not necessary if there's nothing in particular that you have to ask. And now we kind of get towards where we're coming in to the city. So, I'm going to go ahead and keep our cloud effect on. I want to make sure rain slow down a little bit. Okay. So, as we are descending upon the port city of Alathan, you begin to see it in the distance. And it stands out to you as a very San Francisco vibe. Okay, that's a good way to put it within your minds now. Also going to get the map out so we can transition over to that. And I'm going to keep the sound effects here for the ambiance of the ship. Okay. Should be able to load it no problems. It's a bit of a big map, but it's not very difficult as far as that. I'm also going to make it so it's accessible to all players, so you can cycle through. Let's see. I got to change that to 1. Okay, there you go. So you can see this in the distance, many miles out. The weather clearing. There's still slight rain with an overcast, but the thunder's kind of left you at this point. The storm kind of really just like passed over you and then went further east, right, and then began to disperse. You also are now able to see many of the boats around you, the fishing vessels, and the other sorts of charters that they have here. There's a whole community of fishing and crabbing and just a slew of boats that still have access to the bay. In addition to those that commute to Paline, right, another port city on the south side of the bay for timber. So many different like lumber ships and certain things, right, you're seeing, and they begin to progress in. Now, the reason why I made the comparison to San Francisco here, is that the city is staggered in its elevation very dramatically. So everything in the city center and is kind of like the bazaar and the merchants quarter is dramatically above that of the upper dock and the lower dock. And then the cheap side is kind of that cut between where it's filling on to like a bluff or peninsula with a lighthouse. So this massive kind of rocky outcropping that's coming into the bay. Around that, continuing that elevation gain, is housing. Alathan is completely void of walls. It's just surrounded by farmland that's slowly being consumed by the city. There are noble houses, there are business owner housing, right? There may be some apartment housing, townhomes, just family homes, right? It's a very diverse ecosystem. And the beauty of it is that Alathan can really focus on its city center, which is where everything happens, right? The housing of the place just fits for work for the upper dock, the lower docks, for the businesses, maybe traders, right? Maybe it's even second homes for people that live elsewhere if they have the money for it. The upper dock houses Talthar Navy. The upper dock is completely off limits to anybody but Talthar warships. The actual Taltharian naval compound consists on the north side of the cheap and then the east of the upper. It's walled, has its own gate and everything. So they still employ labor, right? There's still people that come in from the city, but they keep it locked down. So you're seeing all of those warships, and now you really get to represent them in their beauty. There's multiple ballistas upon them. There's a central kind of one that can be turned and swiveled, kind of like a scorpion. They have multiple harpoon cannon type S things that they can use to kind of shoot out harpoons and then be able to grapple you in, like ratchet the ship. There is just ginormous metal beam battering rams on the bowsprits. And then they have certain metal reinforcements to them, as well as being agile. They come in sloop, brigantine, maybe some small galleons, right? There's kind of a range of class of the ship, but they really form into that same style. The lower dock is where you're going, right? The lower dock consists of a wharf, a large dock that protrudes into the bay, and then that wharf continues to wrap around and then goes up river. There is a sea gate and a south jetty that extends outwards, and the sea gate, along with the aqueduct, helps control the flow of water and works with the tide. So that way ships can actually get upriver, they can use the aqueduct, and then the flow of the river isn't going to smash into all the ships on the dock. So it's a very elaborate thing, and the sea gate is literally like a metal gate panel thing that can be lowered down. There's 2 towers. Won't go into the details there unless you're really curious about it. You'll be passing by it because the ship is going to wrap around the lighthouse in the peninsula, and then it's going to go around the south jetty, and it's essentially going to go upriver and dock on the wharf. So it's really kind of coming around, and then it's docking, which is where we're going to go ahead and get to this map here. So I'm going to go ahead and activate. This one does tend to be a little bit intensive. Make sure it loads in properly for me. Awesome. And then I'm going to put your tokens down. Again, not in particular space here. 1 second. So I can get you loaded in. Okay. So you're kind of landing on the wharf, which is this like sandstone massive slab that's been bricked up with kind of a small 4.5 foot, 5 foot wall with some pylons and things that extend downwards with staircase to wooden dock themselves along the wharf. The river kind of pushing forward. You're definitely in a spot where you can see other sorts of river galleys up ahead. There's some signage for Cedric Bay Company. There's another signage backdrop for other sorts of small tugboats for the Farwater Company. And that also has another dock in the main kind of bay side for those large galleons. You know the Farwater Company, at least I say that in the sense that maybe some of you at this point know the Farwater Company because they were the owners or they were essentially the ships that were owned to the company, right? The Striker and the Wrecker, right? So that was the Farwater Company, which they're based out of Lathan. So this is the destination of those ships. So you're getting docked here, and you're brought to a large amount of sandstone, right? All the buildings are kind of bricked, or the rock walls with sandstone. They have kind of wooden lined, many clay kind of thatched roofs or some straw, but all the buildings are very sturdy. They all have some foundations as well. This place gets battered by wind and rain all the time. And so there's a lot of construction happening on the houses. There's a lot of upgrades happening, but the temperature is lovely. It is, at this point, even at the late autumn, I mean, you're looking right around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, a little bit plus that. So you're getting a nice feel, slight little tiny bit of rain and kind of a wind, but it's very nice considering the frost horn in the mountains that you have been in for most of the campaign. So, I mean, we're not in the Isle of the Blessed territory, baby, but we're there for sure in some regard. There are structures that are owned by different companies. Many of them are storage that's showcased by this map. There's wagons and carts. There's horses moving around the dock. The actual, the lower dock kind of positioned is further north of this map with many of those different housing of guild houses and businesses and traders and such. And then you have a couple tables with gambling, right? People are just kind of drinking. They're enjoying themselves. This is like late afternoon, almost evening right now when you're docking up. So many people are getting off work. There's some representatives of the dock. They're kind of grabbing the rope and kind of lashing it down, tying off the boat. There's also a crane house. So it's kind of a tower that's built into a house that has a spiraling staircase that goes up to operate a crane that can help grab things from ships on the wharf and the dock. So that in itself is there. And there's a couple individuals in there that aren't recognizable per se, but they do have some affiliation by the way they're recognizing the captain and some of the crew that they are Golden Hand. They just don't wear the clothing and the certain things. They're kind of like looking, they're shaking, pulling out the hand, they're kind of moving through, and they begin to grab a whistle, blowing out a whistle, right? And you can see some more crowd, kind of people moving through with wagons and horses, like they're waiting for the ship. Right, this is all planned, and they're going to be loading the ship with more stuff. So they're just kind of waiting for them to return in a range of time. Again, you don't see in particular Nameless here. Nameless is not kind of on the map, but as you lash down and you might come from your respective places, you do see that Nameless begins to walk out of the captain's quarters. Just kind of opens up, and Captain Morgan's just yelling out orders and directions and other things. And then Nameless kind of looks up and then points to all of you kind of coming and gathering up at the staircase there on the top deck. At this point, I'm going to have whoever's teaching a sleight of hand, I need you to make a sleight of hand check. And then whoever's learning sleight of hand, I need you to make a dexterity check.
So, it is important that you understand the mechanics of this. There are multiple ways to go about it. The best way is to just not be seen. And Athos will turn invisible. Regular invisible, not super invisible. Barring
Super
that,
invisible.
well, I don't want to like blot out the lights because that's a bit dramatic. He's got regular old invisibility. Barring that, a misdirect is your best approach. So I'm going to show you how this works. But before your training is finished, you must bring me something to prove that you learned it.
Okay.
Okay.
Athos want to role play laying down the ground rules. Totally fine. Yeah, we can do this when we're on sea.
So-
No worries. So you want him to go
Yeah.
find something?
Specifically, I want a pair of those night goggles.
Oh, it's a pair of the night goggles. Oh, I knew it. I knew you did. I knew you were going to go for it.
This is so evil.
All right, 21. We're going to take that check because you're not proficient in it. So that's a successful, that's a check there. So you are successful based on passive perception on getting a goggles of night. So you're able to get it from one of the crew. And you hand it over to Athos. Athos, I'm going to put it into your inventory.
Actually, your second task is to slip that into Nereus's packs when he's not looking.
I will slip it into the bag of holding, pretending I'm going to get some gold out of the bag of holding.
Oh, you're putting it into Wait. Okay, I'm confused. Wait,
Inventory.
is this going into Darius'
him-
inventory now?
I had him steal them for Nereus, but I want
Doesn't
him to
have
slip
to
them
cast
onto Nereus's
light
person.
all the time.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not
Or if
gonna
I steal his light, he can still see.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to roleplay that. We'll just put it into.
Yeah.
Will, if you're watching, we're just going to put a goggles of night into your inventory.
Oh, come on,
well
you
done,
got
though.
it. You
Excellent-
got to see if
excellent
Nereus catches that. Come on.
Okay. Well,
Nah,
then
I
you have to make another dex check. Make another dex check, Tartan. 'cause
Yeah.
You're doing two different
Based on his
sleight of hands.
passive.
Natural one.
Oh no! 5. Nereus turns and looks towards you. Tartan, what are you doing?
That's perfect.
I'm just going for some gold in the bag of holding. You seemed busy with staring off into the void.
could have sworn you were trying to put those goggles of night into my bag.
I would never.
I mean, they're even blue.
They do match you, though. Yes. Yes. Do you want them?
Are you forgetting that I can cast light? Are you really that stupid?
You
Yeah,
sound
but
like
with
Magus.
Athos' new ability here, that might not always be reliable anymore. You can blame Athos. This one's not my fault.
All right. Well, I'm gonna roll literally a flat d20 here at this point. Yeah, that will be a no.
All right, well,
I
I'll
guess you get to
pretend
keep
like I put the
Right.
goggles of night on his person, and I'll just keep them myself. That's fine.
Okay. Maybe when Will gets back, they'll take him instead. But I rolled a 2 on the d20, so I'm gonna say no for now. Because I honestly, I'm kind of torn to being like, would Nereus, is that useful for Nereus? But like, would Nereus take it from Tardan?
Yeah, that was
Like,
kind of the
no,
messed up
like,
part was me.
wouldn't take anything from you, right? So, I'll put the just the SRD item in because you won't be using it, and then I do have one that has an effect. So, all right, and then I need to put in arrows +2.
Oh, you're
we
doing
have
that? Okay.
identified
Yeah, I got you.
that potion too.
So you get 40 arrows +2, and then you have identified the potion. Okay. This to you, I'm gonna just kind of label it very loosely. Is referred to as a vial of sun tree tears. In your identification, what you can find out is that this was collected before the sun tree was a tree.
Oh wow.
That is very old.
The properties of this have something to do with healing and also can reach that of resurrection. Is it true resurrection? Is it other things? Right, we're unclear. I think with the identification, I can get you the name and I can get you some of what its capabilities with the divine are. In that maybe this was used as like a precursor to the formation of the sun tree, right? Maybe this was something that it could have been disciples or devotees, right? Were doing to kind of graft and make the sun tree what it is. But the sun tree is inherent with its divine healing properties. And this is the epitome of that. This is essentially the essence of it, right? So you can imagine that if someone was dead and that their body almost was near unrecoverable, that this might bring them back.
Powerful indeed. Let's hope we don't need to use that.
I'm sure we will before we know it.
And then I'll drag into inventory here. Quick. My text bugged out, so I gotta type it.
Hey, Harrison, was Sir Dougal doing anything?
If I could find him, I'll hang out with Nameless.
Are you asking any questions or are you just chilling?
I think I have questions about other timelines, like, they're not necessarily urgent to voice them right now, but something like, do the chosen ones fail in other timelines? Does Damodar win? How often do we fail? Things like that. How often do we destroy our dragons? Things like that.
Interesting. So you're kind of wanting to know about other timelines or other potential futures of this timeline? It's two different things.
Oh, that is interesting. But I'm gonna say other timelines for now. If his answers intrigue me, I might ask further about potential futures of this timeline.
Okay, so this timeline. Okay. So through, because Nameless cannot, but Nameless can write. So that is something that Nameless is going to do at this point. Grab a piece of paper out, ink pen, quill, write things, right, to be able to write out to you. The one thing that is, after Nameless is writing this, is apparent to you is that all things are as equal as possible in their mind. So one of the possibilities, right, slay all the dragons and kill Damodar. Another possibility is that you don't slay the dragons and you kill Damodar. Right? You don't kill the dragons and you don't kill Damodar. Right? These continue, and it is continuation of possibilities. One thing that is right clear, as well as that there's multiple possibilities, is that the potential that like Nameless is putting priority to is that you all right are important to this. That one of you could not do it. Right? That this was their whole point. Is that they were to unite and bring together. Now, was that to kind of say, hey, you all right, come together and let's do this? No, it's to allow you all to go off on your own. In fact, from this conversation, Sir Dougal, is that Nameless was actually supposed to kind of bring you to the Well of the Nine Realms. And it just happened to be that you spoke to the Old One earlier on the twin crystal of the other world when that event happened. So there's things that are overlapping, and Nameless is like a check and balance, more so than some sort of like spawn or thing of the old, right? It's like it has its own consciousness, it has its own being, it has its own purpose, its own embodiment. Kind of imitates sometimes when you're like drinking or eating, like it like kind of mimics that behavior. It tries to pretend to be human in every which way. And indeed, it has humor and other emotions that you're able to understand in this journey. So you're not left with answers per se, right? You're really just reinforced on what you found in Felgen. What Porig also talked about, in a way. In that you all are kind of independent and operating outside what time and divination, can predict. No matter what you do, it can or cannot be correct. We get to the other timelines, which will probably eat up the last bit of your travels. This is a long time. There's plenty of time to ask questions. I'm just going to kind of continue with the narration and wrap around. You can always stop me anytime you want. Talking about the other timelines, this Nameless does not know. It just knows that that it exists on all other timelines. But it does not know what is happening at the same time.
Can it see into the past on other timelines?
It can. It does have recollection of memories from its former or past selves on other timelines. That is correct. It just doesn't have present or future. Did we lose
I'm
you?
sure there's some insightful. I'm sure there's some insightful question here that our past, or I should say, our current past, our this timeline's past. An insightful question about this timeline's past.
Not expecting the information you got there, so you're like lost here for a little bit. Anything to help you out?
Well, how about are there any timelines where we have already allied with Damodar?
Yes. The answer is yes, many times.
Many times.
You have a Tartan in your group. What do you expect? Or anyone
Right.
similar to a Tartan, you know?
And
Was Dougal's middle name Lavender in those reality stops?
Yeah. Yeah. In those timelines where we are seduced by Damodar, do we survive?
Interesting. Every time is the answer. This question.
Huh.
And of those timelines where we defy him, do we perish? Do we die?
Every time. But, flip a finger. It was your choice.
I'm a little upset now that I asked that question. Or at least that you answered it.
I will
sat there
never
like he
not
had no
answer.
idea.
I will never not answer you questions. Aimless is telling you what it is. It's going to tell you.
I'm just trying to imagine how much chalk they've gone through in this conversation.
Well,
Lot
ink and
of
pen.
talk.
We're on pen. We're on paper. We're writing it down.
We've
Yeah,
got-
there's a lot of
Got
information.
the Etch-a-Sketch.
But remember, again, we just talked about this. Is that, time is fluid. It can't predict what you're going to do. It's just reading into the past of what timelines might have went through further in, right, the concurrent time as your own. We talk about time and place and space, right? Some things move faster than others. So it's really just working off of that information. Cannot tell you, though, if that is for certain. Which is a little bit different than when you talked to the old one. The old one owned up to that uncertainty. Whereas Nameless is just telling you it.
Right.
So if we want to live, we should side with Damodar. Got it.
I'm going to be specific here about not telling the rest of the group.
All right,
Any of that.
forget what you just fucking heard.
any of these answers.
All right, here's just keeping them all to themselves. Wow.
If there's going to be, if there's even a whiff of a possibility of cowardice in the face of honorable sacrifice, I am not going to tell anyone.
I will
let you die honorably and deny you the opportunity to
All right.
just coward your way out of it.
Until he eats that carrot and becomes evil.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say, and
until
he
he
has a
gets
split personality.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, Harrison, if you ever had in your real life here, if you ever felt like being a philosopher, you're definitely on the mindset here for sure. You would be you would be a great philosopher. So,
Yes, me and Mel Brooks will be stand-up philosophers.
all right. Anything else that
No.
we during this downtime? No. Okay. Okay. So Nameless comes out of the captain's quarters. Captain Oregon is gonna usher down and steps down the stairwell. Then Nameless kind of functions over, and they are like Captain is just kind of explaining things. It seems to do with based on what you're kind of overhearing. They're not hiding their speech, they're not hiding their language. It's really just kind of the captain's really just kind of giving a spiel of how long this is going to take, right? Telling the crew as well, right? Some people are passing by, is that we're going to be here overnight. We're going to be here through the night. Everyone gets some rest, maybe hit the salty brine. So it's a whorehouse. Get some food, maybe some other things. The Primaris, if you got the coin for it, and really just allowing the crew now to go out. The captain, though, does not leave the ship, and so for that, kind of begins to give some errands, almost like a laundry list to Nameless and certain things that they need for the ship. In addition, the Arcanists don't leave, and they are doing something that is very interesting. They're ritualizing with some of the runes, and based on couple of you with your arcane knowledge at this point, with Athos and Tarda would probably imagine, is that they are actually going to attempt to make the entire ship invisible. So they're actually working through some of these rituals, working with the runes and the metal and other sorts of spell components that are very expensive. And they are going to be making this ship literally invisible. So that whole dynamic is happening. Again, not really involving you. But as Nameless gets the laundry list of certain things, eventually they kind of make way to you all as you kind of come up from wherever your respective places are, and just kind of comes up to you all, list in hand, rolls it up, puts it within the tatterings of their robes and their clothes, right? They have their metallic frame. And just holds out the hand as if to handshake each of you. Kind of grabs your hand, one after the other.
I suppose this is where we part ways then. Unless you all wanted to be pirates.
It's not all it's cut out.
No, and if I remember correctly, Dougal, that rapier you have isn't the commander's family here in Alathan?
I promised
Commander,
him.
Captain Rang, or whatever his name is.
We're going all the way back, aren't we? Captain Keely Yon. The wife is Martha, and the son is Jeremy.
I promised him I would return it to them. Yeah.
Suppose we should do that while we're in town.
It means I'll need another weapon.
Well, I did also
Probably-
promise Ares that we could go shopping for a new weapon for him, so I suppose we have a shopping trip in plan anyway.
Todd could even steal it for you now. He's gotten quite good.
Oh, really?
We don't talk about the things that Tartan is good at now, okay? Part of being good at these things is people
It's
not
good.
knowing them, Athos.
I mean, Athos, how
Listen.
good is he?
You're no good if you can't do it when people are watching.
There are some things I suspect that does not apply to.
Very
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
Depends on what kind of parties you've been to.
All right, so on that note, off the ship.
Okay.
Don't worry about my college parties that I was skipping class at the keep to go to, or the wizarding school to go to, okay? We don't talk about those.
You begin to kind of
But
walk
we
off
all
the
know
boat.
you were
Nameless
skipping classes.
kind of begin to walk off the boat. Nameless is just kind of looking in your direction, just waving the hand very slightly. And then the captain kind of looks at you all as you begin to depart. Leans on the banister, the railing, rather the observation deck, just stares at you all eventually. Well, you be fit to come back. We'll open you with welcome arms. Black Rats, Captain Morgan. Aye.
Is there a way for us to contact you? Should we? I suppose we won't be able to find your ship very easily.
Yes. You may make way to the Salty Brine. Speak to Madame Lowell. It's a love interest of mine. She'll know when I'm in. And I will send your welcome and most humble regards to Captain Frug.
Wait, who's this Captain Frug?
Thank you, Captain. And I'll turn around and walk away.
Aye. Leans back from the banister and the railing, allows you all to depart. Pass it to the city. Okay. So, coming into the city, I'm going to go ahead and give. I'm just going to give a little bit of more of a description here. I'm not trying to talk your ear off. I try not to, but this is a really big city, so it definitely needs to take our time with some of the things if you intend to go shopping or spend some more time in here. So I'm just going to touch on a few things. The first thing is what you get just by walking in the lower dock and seeing the crowd, seeing things. There are no guards in the traditional sense. There are Emberock adventurers with that campfire, like fire symbol on their badges and things. They're walking in patrols. So you're getting an idea that they don't have an actual city guard. They hire out the adventuring guild to employ them as the guard. People that have wealth, nobles and business owners and things, they actually walk around or are in stagecoaches with armed guard. So they hire their own bodyguard and things. And they come from a variety of sources. Now you get to see the same way the ship was, you see in the city. Red, gold, white, silver, dragon, tieflings, fey races. There is a variety here that is unparalleled in the rest of the continent. That suggests to you immediately, as well as some of the ships that are coming into port, that not every ship is told they can't go through the blockade. There are certain ships that are able to get through, charters and whatnot. So perhaps the whole worry from the captain at the very beginning of the campaign about getting through the blockade or whatever, they might have just let you come through if it hadn't been for the attack. The lower dock has a lot of apartment housing in addition to the guild houses and the other things. They also have a foundry, there's a noble house down there, dry dock, and a kind of communal ship working area and whatnot. It is filled with all manners of commonry. So you're kind of in the slew of large crowds a lot of the time, especially now. People are getting off work, they're making way back to their housings in the rest of the city. Maybe they live here, they might be going for a drink in the guild house, right? Because they may be guild representatives or maybe they're members of that guild. And everyone has kind of a place to be, but they take a little bit of time to get there. So you have that around you. Now, the Merchant's Quarter are a little bit more upscale. Many of the buildings are kind of window shopping. There's Smith's Row, like Othema had. There are a couple sorts of other rows as well for crafting. They have the Prum Iris, which is a very upscale, elegant restaurant with a couple of rooms upstairs, which is still a tavern. There is Rudikar Guild House there. You have the Emerok Hall. You have a free kind of almost like a temple that a lot of deities can be praised there. It's not just like a devoted temple to Pelor. It's for free, right? Anybody comes in, they can worship their deity. And there's actual acolytes, priests, and clerics and paladins that are there to other deities. So, you know, if you have a deity that you praise or you worship, you might actually be able to find someone there from a far off land that actually devotes themselves because they have the Grand Library. The Grand Library of Lathan is the largest library on Arthuria, and it rivals other libraries in other places. Going back to knowledge that Athos has, this was constructed or helped built by Felgham researchers. It was once used as a prized way to showcase the wizarding school, and it's been upkept that way. Albeit a little bit less magical texts and more histories and things, but it still is very, very elegant, beautiful, and kept in that regard. So the acolytes and the clerics and all that, they might be here, residents for a period. They can take time to go into the library and do studies on things of their deity or other relics or other things, right? And so they almost like open their arms up at the temple to worship not only their deity, but help others worship that deity. So that's there. The name of that place is referred to as Bright Hope. It's number 5 on the list. You have House Fortune and Favor. There is gambling here, but gambling cannot happen without the eyes of House Fortune and Favor. So you saw some gambling happen at the wharf. That was very low income, right? Low profit, that's totally acceptable, but you're trying to make a big bet, you gotta go through the house, where you might expect some people to come after you. That is something that's told about on the streets. Because there's a Coliseum, and they have fights every other week. So it's bi-weekly. They have a single competition and a group competition. That happens on every Saturday. Or in terms of the dates is concerned, you'd be looking at 2 days from now, so the 21st, Saturday. Okay? And the prize pool of that is rivals the goal that you have right now for actual like grand champion or first place. So, and it is to the death. Always find out more details there. So I'm just going through these topics because you're able to hear this in the crowd. People are talking about the fights happening coming couple days. People are talking about House Fortune and Favor. Like, oh, did you put your bet with them? Like, oh, I went through this loan shark. Oh, you shouldn't have done that, right? People are just openly talking about that. There's no guard here. So everything's kind of lawless in that way. It's very chaotic. If you're thinking about a tavern, you're almost immediately pointed at the Enticing Weasel. That's like an adventurer's tavern, maybe travelers, other things, because they have a bridge right there that crosses the massive 2,000 plus meter wide river. And that stone bridge is a beautiful architectural achievement of dwarves and actually can raise and lower 2 towers. So the Enticing Weasel is like the place that travelers and adventurers would go stay. Prim Iris, if you got the money for it, you can always try to get a cot at the Salty Brine if you got enough money to pay. If you're willing to, stay there. Of course, it's a whorehouse, so you got to kind of deal with that. It's a very ran down ship. There's also people that will kind of rent off their houses, like an Airbnb type style, especially for the Coliseum. Make a lot of coin at that. So parallels into real life as well as this game. So you're very much left to your own devices here. End spiel. Just had to get it out there because again, it's a very large city. Make sure you all understand.
I will say the Grand Library is quite nice if you like to do some reading. It's not quite up to my standards, but there's a lot there.
So what I'm hearing is you're going to the library?
I've already been there. I don't know there's much left there for me, unless we're looking for something specific.
Would there be any text on anything about what we're dealing with right now?
About Damodar, the old one.
All of the above. Dragons, Damodar, the old one, everything.
Oh, possibly. Although unsurprisingly, there is a distinct lack of arcane texts. The fucking book burners have a habit of erasing anything not to their tastes. But maybe something. If we look hard enough. What specifically would we be looking for?
I don't know. Libraries are not my thing. I was hoping maybe you could help us out.
You know what libraries are really good for? And Athos will hate me for this.
Shooting
They make
things?
really good firewood.
Oh boy.
Burned a textbook or two in my time, you know?
Oh boy.
But why?
Athos, I'm sure he's just kidding.
I am, but if you loved that joke, you may love my idea even better, okay? Hear me out here.
I was expecting you to say naps or something. Birds.
No.
Extreme.
I mean, yeah, they work for leveling your pillow out too. Throw a book under your pillow. It's kind of like osmosis, right? Isn't that how that works?
Yes, you could try it.
If you
I
read a book,
suspect-
you would know.
I mean, depending on the book, there are some books that touching them will do things to you. They may not be great things, but things will happen.
All right, well, here's my idea, okay? First, we go find the captain's wife, and Sir Dougal can give the rapier back. Then,
Cool.
we find a place to sleep for the night. After that, we go shopping tomorrow for Ares and Dougal. And maybe we find a magic item for the rest of us. Who knows? After that, we go to the Ember Rock. Or not the Ember Rock. Is it the Ember Rock? Yeah, the Ember
Where
Rock.
do you want to go?
Find a job. We make some money. We take that money and we go and we bet it on the upcoming battle, on the upcoming fight.
On at random? On who?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That's a lot of work just to place a bet that you have no information about. That plan
Yeah,
was
but
going
we-
somewhere.
Well, just
and
bet
then
on
you just took a
yourselves
left
and go
turn
fight,
and jumped
right?
off.
Like, go
Yeah.
fight
Hell
the
yeah.
competition to bet on yourselves.
That's what I'm talking
Have
about.
we have no one. All right, Dougal turns into a bear. That's kind of cool. Dougal might actually do well in this.
You
The
can
rest
turn
of
into
us-
an ape or a T-Rex or something, right?
For some reason, I feel like magic isn't allowed, but skills might be.
You could
I don't
just
know. I
charm
guess we
them
can
with
find out the
your.
rules.
You don't know.
You can
we
just
can
charm
find
them
out the
with your
rules.
wire.
That's fair. We can find the rules, but anyway, up until we'll figure out the betting portion once we figure out the rules of the whole bat thing. But we make some money, so that way we have some expendable income to bet on this, and that way we're not cutting into our current funds.
I just have to ask a quick question here. Like, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen Sir Dougal use a weapon before.
He stabs
Yeah,
people with the rapier
He
once in a
stabs
while.
people. He's quite handy with a rapier. I've seen
Okay.
it.
I believe you. I've only seen him turn into like a bear and maul the shit out of things,
He has a
And
great
that's
sword
also
somewhere.
effective.
which is pretty cool, by the way.
I definitely say we should go shopping before we pit ourselves to the death over money.
Well, yes,
Seems
that's
like-
why I was saying,
seems like-
shopping tomorrow and then
Well, I
Emberock
guess-
Guild.
I mean, that's all short term, sure, why not? But what are we actually going to do here? Where are we going next?
I mean,
what
we
is
could
our
probably
next
use
step
some-
on our mission.
Look, we could probably use some supplies. Like, do we need more health potions? Probably use those. We could probably use a bunch of supplies here, and I think the next step is. That's a good question. I don't know the next
Yeah.
step.
The then what is the piece that I'm missing at the moment.
I think the next step is
swamp?
probably the swamp. Maybe a pit stop in Fort Farron. Didn't Porrig mention Paxina? It was
Yeah, there was
at
a
Fort
there was a
Farron
person there. Although
that helped
if we were
get people.
if we were going into the swamp, we'd be closer to the swamp than Fort Farron.
Yeah, but it sounded like she got people from Jinrula through kind of all of that mess, so she may have information for us
Could be.
before we walk
do
into a
have-
magical fog and never come back out.
I have. I could reach
You
out
don't
to
even
the
know how
Rubicon.
right you are.
About which piece?
About which piece? I was gonna.
Did you just agree that Tardan was right? Hold on, can we clip this?
Whoa. Insight check.
Just
Replaced
wanted
by
you to
Apollos.
know that I don't know. You're gonna die one day. It might as well be doing something honorable.
Like fighting in an arena.
Don't worry, before I die, I'm gonna kiss that coin.
Maybe not the arena part.
Are you saying you won't fight in an arena, Sir Dougal?
I'm just curious about which piece was right.
I am too now. That was so cryptic. Because I've said a lot of things tonight.
I feel like there's much better things much more worthy things to fight for. Doesn't have to be for money.
Than coin? Yes, certainly. We do not seem to be in dire need of coin so much that we would risk our lives, but I defer to you on that. But
I mean, coin speaks, guys. Let's be honest.
The other thing is, we are clearly about to go on a journey. Who knows the next time we're going to have a chance to actually make money, and how long this is going to last.
sure, that's fair. I could reach out to the Guildmaster of the Rudikar here if we need some information. I don't know what information we need at the moment. Where are we going?
I would say information on the other fighters.
Yeah, it's the Rudikar, possibly. We'd likely have to pay for it.
That's fine if it gives us a higher chance of winning. That just gives me a better chance at making more money. But then I would say Fort Farron, see how the zombie horde and all that stuff is doing, and that's probably where we go before going into the swamp. Unless you don't think Paxina has information. Dougal, it's your mission to go deal with the swamp. I defer to you.
Your mission specifically, again, is it to close the congruence? What specifically have you been tasked to do?
To heal the redwood. Before, I should say, the marshes. Before they were the marshes, they were a perfectly healthy part of your world that was
That
one
were
half
connected.
of the. Exactly.
Yeah, they were connected to the Feywild via congruence, correct?
Precisely. So, there, not only is there a toxic presence here in your world, but the closing of the congruence, which became necessary, has been harming my world as well. Yeah.
Well, long ago on my continent, on Picarius, there was a congruence to the Feywild. It became closed at some point. It was quite an endeavor that went into attempting to reopen it, and a lot of political struggles between those who wished to do so and those who did not. In that struggle, artifacts were procured from all over the world in an effort, artifacts connected to the Feywild, an effort to reestablish this congruence. One of them was corrupted, and when they finally reopened the congruence with these artifacts, the corrupted one included, instead of connecting to the Feywild, it connected to the Shadowfell, which let forth an onslaught of all sorts of terrible, nasty things. I suspect something similar. The origins might be different, but I suspect something similar is happening in the marshes.
Well, except of course for the part where we reopened it. We haven't yet tried that.
Well, it sounds like it's
The terrible things that you're describing, though, certainly exist. They're waiting on the other side of the congruence in the marshes. Undead, disease, a terrible black dragon.
He's very excited about the dragon.
Well, hold on.
you've known about the dragon.
I know about
Have I?
it. I don't know that. I cannot be sure of the veracity of that claim. It's something I was told. I was not told by people I trust. I was told by a complete stranger. Could very easily have been Damodar himself.
I mean, even from Porig, it would seem we've had several accounts of the fact that that dragon is not from here, which tells me that it probably came through this corrupted congruence, which leads me to believe that it is a dragon of the Shadowfell. So it would make sense if those two things were connected. Whether or not you actually have to slay it, debatable.
Do you know how many years ago, roughly, your congruence was reopened?
Yes. A very long time ago. It was 1010 AN, which is 1,300 years ago? Yeah.
1010 AN. So
Mhm.
right now you're about 3,600 in Taurus timeline. So you're greater,
Yeah.
way over 2K.
Yeah, so thousands of years ago. I don't know if it's at all helpful. I don't know that much about the Shadowfell, but there were a group of people who were partially responsible for its opening that wanted to close it and decided that the best way to do that would be to destroy the artifacts that created it.
You mean
But
close
they
it a
fear-
second time?
Right, close the one that was opened through the Shadowfell, effectively. They were afraid that if they just simply destroyed them, that someone would rebuild them, which is what caused them to be corrupted in the first place. So they took them into the Shadowfell and hid them, where presumably they are still. I have no idea how that plane works, or where precisely that could be. But if we sought to close it, something along those lines could potentially be useful. Or at least understanding how the one here became corrupted or reopened or whatever put it in the state that it is in.
What if it was the dragon that corrupted it?
It would seem it would probably have to be something from this side. I could be wrong.
Right.
Damodar summoning the dragon.
Do you have... I don't have... Do you have a sense of when the corruption began in the marshes and the redwoods?
Yes. 738 years ago.
So it's probably before Damodar started. his progress.
You would think. However, there is the weirdness with the time and the flow, especially with him involved. Seeing as how we had that vision of him as a child with Lady Sindar Elena, and now we're only, what, maybe 200, 300 years from that, given their races. He has a lot of power.
Sure. We can't rule anything out, but It is very
Still-
easy to assign the time traveling boogeyman to every bad thing that's ever happened, but there are other bad boogeymen in history.
I wonder, though, the 1,200 years that elapsed between your event and mine. It seems like, obviously anything could have happened in that time, but certainly if your portal were responsible for bringing Grugash into this plane, 1,200 years would be enough time for him to develop a foothold, to develop
Well-
enough power concentrated locally in order to disrupt something as stable as an entire region.
To be fair, I mean, it's ancient history, but to my knowledge, they were successful in closing the portal on my continent. It took several decades of fighting the creatures and coming up with a solution, but they did manage to do it. I don't know that anything... I would imagine something as large as a dragon would have been written in history if it had made its way out.
I wonder if it was that large when it came through.
Possibly.
What if it were smuggled through as an egg?
Perhaps.
Perhaps we're focusing on the wrong thing. More than the how it got corrupted, how are we going to close it?
Right, I mean, that is the crux of the question. I believe understanding one leads to the second. At least, like I said, based on history and what I knew of the other, that was the very thing that caused the corruption was the solution to closing it.
Oh, so eventually we're going to need some sort of... Okay.
There could be other ways. I don't know. It's just based on what I knew of the subject. I thought I should share.
Up until recently, up until the recent insights, I should say, that we have gained into the nature of the stones, it seemed that the solution was rather straightforward, and that was to execute Grugash for his crimes.
That sounds very much like the will of someone who wants more to stop Damodar than to heal the Redwood. Merely speculation.
I don't know that they are. I don't know that those tasks have to be exclusive.
No, I suspect you're right. I think you may very well find yourself forced to slay the dragon in pursuit of your actual goal, but I doubt that slaying the dragon is your goal, or the solution to your problem.
Hey, I tried to tell you
No.
that.
No, I agree. In fact, my queen actually never even really mentioned the dragon. The only overt mission that I have is to restore the Redwood.
So
I suspect we would need to close the rift to the Shadowfell, heal it in whatever way, and then reopen the connection to your world.
you
Obviously.
just said the only overt mission that you have. So you have covert missions too?
I was
Open
given
like a soldier.
I was given a piece of information. I was given it by an unknown source. I don't know who he was. I didn't know who he was, and I still don't. It was in relation to my mission after I had been given it, and the mysterious figure, whose motives are still unclear, told me about Grugesh. He told me that the success of my mission really hinges upon eliminating Grugesh.
I mean,
And that could be.
this figure that you speak of, could it not be Damodar?
Absolutely, I'm considering that as
Oh.
I have to consider that as a possibility.
By all accounts, the dragon that you speak of is in service to Damodar, so why would he ask you to go kill his pet?
I need to. I'm gonna melt your brain. I also have to consider the possibility that it was
Magello
Grugesh.
or Gru-
No, that it was Grugesh.
And he wants you to kill him?
He wants to lure me to him for some reason I don't yet know.
Or he wants
Maybe
you to free him from Damodar's control.
exactly. Maybe he's
Even if
trapped,
that means his death.
and somehow my stone is something that will free him. Imagine how shitty I would feel then.
What
Man,
if
it
you
sounds
murdered
like
him?
you've got a lot to sort through here.
It doesn't. I've made no progress. I've been doing nothing but struggling with the question, and I've been given no insight other than the fact that I just watched Nereus free a captive dragon.
True, although that one was not under the control of Damodar, which I suspect is a rather large variable in the equation.
Though there is one other thing to consider. Damodar corrupted the well using whatever these things are, and the dragons were present at the time. What if it was something to do with the dragons and being there? So if we kill the dragons, it can't be undone, essentially. If they were
Well-
an ingredient to the corruption.
So Porig spoke of energy that spread out through the tower and then struck all of the dragons. Now, you briefly recounted for me the encounter you had with the white dragon. I believe you mentioned your stone gave you some ability to overcome its protections or something?
That or Nereus just dispelled it. One of the two.
I think Nereus is that powerful. Either way, I suspect if all these dragons have some sort of protection provided by Damodar, that was the ritual that he cast. He imbued them all with some power he stole from the Old One.
But if that was the case, then with Ithrin dead, would he have not gotten some of his power back? Where would that power have gone?
Ancient magic is strange. I don't. Possibly he did. I mean, he had enough power to grant us abilities. Perhaps he could not have done that if Ethan still lived.
Then why wouldn't he have told us that so that way we would go forth and slay the dragons?
And he told us to go forth and do that anyway.
No, he told us to stop Damodar.
Well, 6 one, half a dozen the other.
I mean, not really. Because from Porig's tale, it sounded like there was at least 2 dragons that did not seem interested in whatever the fuck was going on.
Well, yeah, I mean, the dragons don't necessarily have to die, but that power over them has to be removed. Whether or not they die afterwards is probably immaterial. I mean, you didn't actually kill the white dragon, right? You set it free until it died immediately thereafter.
Yeah. Wasn't my brightest moment. There's been a lot
Probably
of
be
those.
said for much of your life.
There's a lot of those. Yeah, my
That's
parents
what
feel the
happens when
same way
you
about me
run
running
rules.
away, dropping out of school. There's a lot. There's a lot of things that could go on that list. It's a very long list.
Tartan as
But
a
none of-
character. Last words. I did something. I actually did something. It's like dies. So good. Where are we headed here? You all
I
are talking,
suppose-
but were we walking somewhere here?
Yeah, imagine we're talking and walking. You need
Go
to
to the
find out
tavern.
where the captain's family lives, right?
Captain?
Like, you need
Yeah.
to show up at their
Yeah,
house.
where do
You
we
don't know
go
where
for
they're
the
at.
captain's family? We have no idea.
Well,
Uh,
as the
The
Yeah,
as he
Rudicars
was
will
a
probably
dock
tell us that.
Yeah.
as he
We
was a
could-
captain, I can probably find a dockmaster somewhere.
Or, well,
That-
no, the company's right there, right? The company that he worked for.
The Farwater Company.
Athos doesn't know that, but you guys know that, so there,
Yeah.
I get that.
Head over there.
Is there like a wharf? Is there like a wharf master?
There is no wharf master, but there's a shipwright. In this particular site, it's the Riverside shipwright. So it's still in the lower dock. Yeah, we can make our way there if you want. Depends where you want to go, but this is huge. Like I said, this is a massive city. There's a lot of places, a lot of things. So
At what time of the day?
It's 8 o'clock, 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
evening
well,
now.
I would
business
suggest
is
that we probably
not
find a place to drink a little bit and lay our heads for the night. Preferably not the whorehouse they were talking about.
No, what do you mean?
Something
That
bright.
place sounds like so much fun. Sounds like a good place to practice my lyre. You know what?
It's
What
pretty
kind of
bad.
lies are you going to tell them?
Oh, it's bad. Never mind. Hold on. I want
It's-
some middle class women.
You're
It's
you're
pretty
already you're
I
already
want some
paid
middle
for their
class women.
services, Tartan. How bad are you to have to pay and lie for?
Hey, and lie. I was gonna perform, so I'd have to pay.
Oh,
Hello?
that liar. I thought you practice your lying.
Oh no! The only person here that needs to practice lying is Aries.
What are you talking about? I'm perfectly good at lying.
Insight
I
check.
don't believe you.
Let's do it.
Sure. Roll deception.
I'm not
and roll
rolling.
insight.
My passive is 25. Good luck.
What do you didn't insight check me? Tartan did.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Damn it!
damn
it.
That was actually really close. We think got +2 to the mod. I mean, that was a really even. That was a pretty solid roll. Yeah, no, you can tell that Aries is lying. Just a little bit.
I hate you,
Just a
Tartan.
little. Yeah, you and Nereus can bond over that, okay?
Your kind has always been this.
What do you mean, my kind? I don't even fit in with my own kind. What do you want from me? You want me to apologize for something I had nothing to do with? Would that make you feel better?
Dougal starts walking away.
To where? We haven't decided yet.
Yeah, I'm going to the company.
The Rudikar?
Water company.
Far Water Company.
It's 8 o'clock at night.
yeah,
There's
it's
no
8
way there's
o'clock.
nobody there.
Yeah, we're already standing in the docks. Though we're 10
I mean, I
feet
guess I
from
gotta
it.
walk by it anyway, right?
Right, yeah. We're all going by there.
Okay.
8 o'clock at
Wake
night.
somebody up.
It's almost midnight. We're playing Dungeons. We can go ask the Far Trading Company at 8 o'clock at night.
If they're not
They-
there, we
they-
just sleep on the porch. It's fine.
They run bank hours, man. They're out of there at 4 p.m.
They run bank hours. The bank hours. Okay. So let's see my notes. We would not go there, but we're going there. Let's do it. Okay. All right. There's no particular map for this. You're gonna notice that most of my cities and stuff I don't necessarily have maps. If we don't have combat, there's really no reason to make a map for it. It's just a waste of time. The Theater of Mind is going to fit the description just fine for this in general. So, all right.
We start a fight with the whole Far Water Trading Company.
No,
God.
not gonna be like that. You see a large 36-foot straw-thatched and wooden-beamed warehouse with a solid sandstone foundation. Sitting slightly attached on the western side of the warehouse is a 3-story sandstone bricked and wooden-lined house. Both structures have seen fires destroying them. The warehouse is caved in, and a mixture of the large wooden pieces that were shipped here by the Riverdock shipwrights survived the fire, but anything smaller than 12 feet burned easily. The rope within the pulleys, cranes, and hoists caught with them the wood of the mechanisms surrounding them. The straw fizzled and spread out during the fire. Much of it has already been cleared. The house nearby the warehouse seems to have been imploded. All the glass that shattered outwards during the event cleaned up. The rooftop completely splintered and broken apart, the floors caving into the ones below. If not for the sandstone tile, the structure would have been smashed through the foundation. Even so, most of the tile itself is scarred from the onslaught of crushing debris and heat, some of which enough to make molten stone. The objects inside are burned. Sandstone rock from the fireplace is blown out about, which has been again cleaned up, picked up. From the make of it, nothing truly survived, and that which did seems to already be inspected, as there's actually kind of rope and a railing that goes around these two. And there's a signage posting, kind of with a wood, kind of a signage of like a wooden placard with a piece of thing that's kind of stamped into the metal. That the Embrox, this is under the jurisdiction of the Adventurers Guild. They have been here and are investigating the scene for some time, it seems, dating how weathered and old this placard is. People still mulling about you. They go down the road by the Farwater Company, but there is nothing left except for the signage on the wharf and dock, which still is intact.
Wonder how long it's going to take them to determine that a damn fire dragon did what? It's clearly that they're still investigating. These people either get paid far too much or not nearly enough. So now what?
Hold on, you said fire dragon. That's not one of ours, is it?
You have the red stone from Anarius, do you not?
I haven't done anything with it. It's in my pocket.
Well, didn't you say a red dragon came after you on the boat?
Yeah.
Well, not you specifically. And the boat was owned by this company.
Yeah, but it would be a little weird for a fire dragon to only destroy a singular building. I feel like this was a person.
Well, not if they were looking for something. Maybe they found what they were looking for. How do you think they knew where you were?
But how would a dragon... Okay, they're investigating it. How could a dragon come in here and burn it down without somebody seeing it on the dock?
Oh, yeah, I
they
suppose
did
you
see it.
haven't seen a dragon, have you? These dragons are like 80 to 120 to 150 feet. If a dragon landed here to search for something, there would be much more destruction.
Well, perhaps.
Much, much more destruction.
It seems very targeted.
It does.
And given that you are pursued by dragons, I would wager there was one involved. But it could have just been Damodar. But either way. Crushing, destroying, fire. Sounds like a dragon.
It also
Hardy,
sounds like damage.
male dwarf, light complexion, hazel eyes, auburn, unwieldy hair on both the head and face, bald patch being deformed at the head center. Seems to have some ponytails rather back where the hair actually is. Similar fashion, the beard reaches the mid-chest, put into a braid. Dwarf wears a hide and leather with wool undergarments. Leather vest that's near tan, along with matching bracers and a belt fit with tools and purses. Trousers are made of bits of hide and cloth, tan leather boots, reinforced with metal studs for grip to protect from crushing injuries. They have a large satchel and many different large pieces of scrolls kind of underneath the arm. They just kind of walk up alongside you all as you're talking. Terrible business. Terrible. And you stare.
Do you know what happened?
Oh. No. Tragedy. Farwater Company. You hear about their ships? And they were attacked, apparently.
Did you know any of the captains?
Oh yes, I knew all the captains. I knew the owner of our water company. Are you
Well,
are you members of the company? Going to pay your respect?
no. However, I am looking for Captain Keelut Jan's surviving family members.
Ah, Captain Kilo Yard. I can take you there, Arthur Chairman. The house up the hill. North side of the Noble District. Good
Do you
spot
think
overlooking the bay.
it's too late to call on
Ah,
them? Which is
might not be too late. As your mother stays up most nights. Her name's Dear Strum. Nice to meet you. Your name?
you can call me Dougal. This is Ares. This is Athos. That's Tardan, and Nereus is either the one in the back or not here at all.
Yeah. Well, I just need to stop by my office and I could take you up that way. My house is up that way too.
Sure.
All right. Well, begin to head north, slightly east, and zigzagging. You actually begin to come towards the River Dock shipwright. So this comes up a staircase that rounds upwards to an attached office that's accelerated attached to the warehouse. Uses a key, unlocks the door, walks in, needs to put different things down, walks out, locks the door, pockets the keys. All right. Well, let's go.
So nobody has any idea what happened to the company. It just blew up.
Oh, there's been speculations. A couple of different things. Embarok's taking care of it, but as far as I'm concerned, not really making much headway. I know that Rudikar involved. There's the Denkosh. That outfit's involved. People at the council, different offices in there. Everyone's trying to piece it together. House Ball is the house oversaw Follower Company. Son actually ran it. And, well, the son hasn't been seen since. It's a real problem. Imagine. House Ball has a seat on the Lathan Council, and son was supposed to be taking up House Lord. And, well, was of age anyways, so no surviving lineage. So. Anyways, we gotta get through the city district and get up 17th Street up the hill, First Province. Follow me. Against the rock. You're
Cool.
basically aiming for the northwest side. You're gonna go up the bluff that overlooks the bay on the side of the city. That's where you're kind of headed in that general direction. People are still active in the city streets. People are still going through everything. It's like the city doesn't sleep in a way, especially with this weather. There's not a lot of rain, just a little bit of trickle, a lot of wind, so everyone's taking advantage of that and enjoying themselves. Some gambling in the side alleys of the merchants' quarter. People are having tables they're bringing out from some of the window shops to drink and eat after they have a day of business and whatnot. And this dwarf continues to lead you. You can always ask questions on call to Deestrom, but they're going to continue on their way.
So was no one left from the company? They're just all gone.
Well, not exactly. I mean, there's others from the Fallout Company. This happened a long time ago. Considered months, month now, I think. It hasn't been too long. Some of the representatives, they got hired on by the Citric Bay Company and found work at a foundry, and lay of the life of Latham, Doc. Got no work to do, you got to find it elsewhere, right? Got to make some coin. I actually hired a couple of them for the River Dock shipwright, so I was able to get a couple of them in, and it's really just the son. It's a terrible business. That's the only one they couldn't recover. Everyone else seemed to be safe and fine from all the instructions. So. Yep. Well, you all fixing for work?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Well, depends on
I'm
the
gonna
work.
ask
I
what he
suppose.
needed. Yeah.
They'll say we're not really dock hands, but
Oh, we
Oh.
lost somebody.
Dustin.
he refuses to do dock work.
Well, just
Okay.
might be time to.
Reminds him of that pirate life, you know?
Might be cold or might not. No, I mean I could use some hardy hands. Looks like you're all pretty competent, but you know, I just don't know why you come into the cities. A lot of people come in here for a variety of reasons. I try not to poke a pride. I just let them all be. You know what I mean? Everyone's got their own way of life, but just saying, if you need some coin and all, and some work to be had, I could try to find something.
Did you tell me about the fights?
Oh, the Coliseum.
Yeah.
Oh well, the Coliseum. It not really my forte. Honestly, I don't really understand it, but well, House Coolrez oversees it, runs it all now, and Denkosh owned the Coliseum. They're a mining outfit out of Paline. They own a large amount of property in the Gorn Valley. Have some stints in the Crystal Desert, so makes sense. Coolrez, they fish a lot of beasts out of that Crystal Desert. Things, fights and all. But 2 competitions. You got group competition. Happens in the mornings, and then you have the solo competition. Solo competition is literally to the death. You go through some monster fights, creature fights, and then eventually you fight people. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. People do it though. Grand prize is a lot of money. It's a lot of coin. People don't scoff at that. Last fight, it was right around I think 20,000 gold. Grand champion. The group is less. It's about 15,000, I think, and it's less rounds. You fight only monsters. Hey, you fixing to fight?
guess.
You guys got weapons, I guess.
I mean, the group competition sounds interesting. I don't know what the rest of these guys think. But
Tarden is an absolute monster. He would kill everyone in the competition.
Oh,
I think he might just do it by himself.
Yeah, I think he's gearing up to be the solo competitive champion.
okay. Well, shit. Well, power to you. If you want to fix the list, I mean, trying to get on competition this Saturday. Your window opportunities closing. Most of the people fixing to get in, they usually send postage to House Coolrez and then they get signed up. But you're a little late to the party, so you might just try heading over to House Coolrez yourself. They got a compound in the bazaar. I'm sure that's willing to speak with you. Then I don't know if you all gambling, you betters.
Not
Maybe.
particularly.
Yeah, no.
only if I'm betting on myself.
Oh,
Only if
well,
I'm
you
betting against Tarden.
yeah, you still can. I mean, you can go to House Fortune Favor bet yourselves. Just probably let them know, you're late signing up and all. But yeah, I mean, anything really goes. I think there's been talk that you can't use certain types of magic, but everything else is good to go.
Well, luckily you are a master of physical prowess.
Who be that now?
Tarden.
Oh,
Hard, of course.
this one.
I am quite handy with my rapier. I've killed a couple dwarves with it.
So
He
I
once
don't.
punched a giant directly in the dick.
I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but everyone here I was willing to give a job, but not that.
That's fair. My
You got
hands
pretty-
are rather delicate.
You got really delicate hands, and I don't see much muscle on you. I don't mean to be rude, but I figured you would come as like a package deal, and maybe I could weasel you in somewhere somehow. But I'm just being real. I don't think you should fight. There's some bloodthirsty motherfuckers. Looks like we've lost connection to the server. It's unfortunate. Server's
Oh, dear.
crashing. Rest in peace.
Is the prospect of Tarden fighting.
Must be. Or perhaps it's just said to be so. It's actually the first time that I mean, I'm not lagging. So this is the first time that the server is actually like crashed. So that's interesting.
crazy.
Yeah, I've never actually had the server crash at all. So, well, let's see here. Can I get this back up?
Tartan broke the server.
Damn it, Todd.
Hey man, it just wasn't gonna be able to handle me turning into a giant ape and just Hulk smashing some people. Okay.
It's that country strong strength you got, man.
I know,
Oh no,
right?
it says I'm still logged in. Oh
Uh-oh.
no. I'll boot everyone out. We're kind of nearing our I think we're at the end of our time anyways. We started late.
Yeah.
So we had the whole conversation.
We've had a lot of very in-depth, interesting conversations.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see.
That's fine. I got the information I needed. Now I just need to con everyone else into this group fight.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, that one sounds far less distasteful than the solo combat. Just randomly murdering people for money.
Yeah, I'll go through out of character here at the end here. I think that'll be good. We'll get to Captain Keeligion's family here. We'll do that at the start of next session. That's fine. So the competition for group is only several rounds. This is what Diastrom can tell you. Several rounds of competition, and it's just fighting creatures. Like you're not fighting humanoids, right? In a sense. So you're facing creatures and you're all kind of working together, and it's a timed event. So it's basically like whoever's fighting finishes with the least amount of time. Like who finishes the fastest gets the first prize. There's only one prize. There's no second or third place. It's just grand champion of group or solo. So, you're competing against the other groups, really, right? Basically, can I beat this creature fast compared to everyone else? And then the solo competition, you go through a couple rounds facing creatures or monsters, and that's really to wheedle kind of, almost like work through people that aren't going to be great on the show, showcase the fight so they kind of work through people in a way. And then you face actual gladiators. So, yeah. And that's to the death, and there's no help. Like it's just you versus them. Like there's nobody.
What could go wrong there for Tartan?
Yeah, Tartan, you'd be on your own, like alone, fighting that.
That's fine. That's what polymorph is for.
Yeah, but the issue is you get knocked out of the polymorph. Like you pretty much be done at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
Dimension door! Dimension doorway! It's like teleport
If
away.
they go through an entire giant ape polymorph, I was never going to win that fight anyway.
Yeah, for sure. But that kind of summarizes it. You get more information from Lanista Coulores if you decide to go to the compound, to the house, and speak to them. Diastrom doesn't know a whole lot about it. That's kind of general knowledge in the city. So, like specific rules on magic, that would be something that Lanista has. So, we'll wrap up the session. The server seems to come back just fine, but we'll wrap it up there because I don't want to get into the captain stuff. That'll be a little bit depending on what happens. So, wrap it up there. I'll go ahead and calculate some experience for you all. Did any of you have any questions on anything?
I think so.
Oh,
Okay.
I like how everything's coming full circle now.
Oh, for the captain?
Well, that and I don't know. To me, at least, the timeline for the thing being blown up and then our ship being attacked is very close. So I feel like one happened before the other, as he was alluding to earlier. So
Yeah.
We're finding
piecing
out all the information. Yeah.
Yeah. Piecing it together. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you're almost level 9. Jeez.
Getting there.
Wait, what do you mean?
Dummy.
Almost? We're not just level 9 after this.
I mean, obviously that was 3,500 worth of XP, easy.
Right?
Clearly.
We just traveled 200 miles, give or take, I think.
Tardan stole goggles.
Right? I have to go
So
steal
proud of
some
you.
more stuff so I can finish getting proficiency.
It's true. Yeah, well, that was because Athos decided to put all these requirements on it. You're not
Bringing me the
Athos is like, I'm
goggles
not
was
gonna.
the only.
Yeah, you're like, you're not getting a proficiency, motherfucker. I'm
No,
gonna make
but no. To be clear, bringing me the goggles was supposed to be enough for proficiency. Having him give them to Nereus was just like a bonus.
Oh, okay. Then you have proficiency.
Yeah, he should be
Oh,
proficient. Yeah.
okay.
You're proficient.
He didn't sneak him into Nereus' bag. I'm a little disappointed in the training that he
Yeah,
received. I think he should try
but
again.
it's
I
more
got nervous
satisfying
because it
that
was
he didn't,
Nereus, you know?
Yeah.
All right, so we have 971 experience each, but you had 45,419 experience total.
Somehow I keep breaking that. I don't know. My plus key is broken or something.
You should really stop breaking it.
Did that last week too.
I don't think it's actually you. It might just be the sheet on Foundry.
I think the
Fine.
plus might not work anymore.
I don't think the plus works anymore. Yeah, there's been a couple things I found as I'm going through it.
How much are those goggles worth, by the way? Let's see.
They're fucking priceless for Nereus, and that's who you're giving them to.
Right.
I mean, that's fair. I just wanted to know how much, how
Mm.
useful my thieving ability was.
You stole it from a bunch of guys who were working on the ship, not paying attention.
Yeah, but they're
It
also
was-
things and pirates. So
It was
sure.
amazing timing because as soon as he said they all had goggles and I was like, oh, I'm stealing those. And then Tartan
Yeah.
was like, hey, can you teach me sleight of hand? I was like, hell yeah, I can.
Hell yeah, I can. Because if you get caught, you're going to be able to talk your way
Yeah,
out of this. I'm
Yeah,
not.
you're the one that has to explain why you were stealing shit. I don't have to do anything.
Okay. All right, so that's good. If you're watching the stream, close out the stream view, unfortunately, because the server went down, but it's back up. I just won't very long because we're going to close out. So if you're watching, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. Group 5, everyone.
Group 5.
And hopefully you join us again. It looks like we will not be playing next week or the week after that for my event and then for Thanksgiving. So we'll be back to back there. So you won't see us for a little while, but we'll be back. We
Heck
will.
yeah.
All right. Bye.